Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Town Board meeting for July 16th, 2024. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Diana, why don't you lead us? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. All right, if we could still remain standing for a moment of silence, while we keep in our hearts and mind our first responders, our military, and please remember former Fire Chief Corey Comparatori, who lost his life in the assassination attempt on former President Trump. There is no place for any type of violence, especially in politics. Thank you. Please be seated. We'll start with introductions to my right.
Good evening, Diana Quast, Town Clerk.
Supervisor Ed Lachterman.
Deputy Supervisor Sergio Esposito.
Councilwoman Luciana Howitt.
Councilman Patrick Murphy.
Town Attorney Adam Rodriguez.
All right. I'll do my report real quick. Just a couple things. Lions concert started this past Sunday. Well, actually, there were two of them, but this Sunday was outside. The rest hopefully will be. They had Don Jovi, a Bon Jovi cover band, and they're very, very good. Our next concert, for those of you that are like me, still living in the 70s, is an AM Gold rock yacht band. All those very relaxing summer songs. So the concerts start at 6 p.m. All of the Lions concerts start at 6 p.m. except for the last one, which is on Sunday the 28th of August, and that is the military tribute concert, and they will start with Alyssa Martin doing some 40s and 50s songs, and the Golden Apple Chorus will be joining her at 5 p.m. That starts. Let's see. There will be a tree dedication ceremony tomorrow to honor the late Alice Maram, a longtime Shrub Oak resident who left a bequest to the library a few years ago. This will be at 5 p.m. and light refreshments will be served. And if you get a chance to go over there, please say hello and introduce yourself to our two new librarians. And please remember there is no senior advisory meeting this month or next, as they have the summer off. And for those of you that live back by Pine Brook Road and the countryside, there's going to be water work done overnight starting tomorrow night. About 218 homes are going to be affected. They're replacing valves and making it safer, putting a loop in, so if there is a fire, they don't have to cut off all the water and affect all of the houses. They'll be doing work moving up and timing it so they don't have too much water off, but they'll be adding valves and making sure that they can only, if they have to turn off water, if there's a break, it'll only affect a limited amount of houses instead of the whole area. Okay. Sergio?
Yep. Good evening, everybody. Great to see everyone. Just a quick bullet point on our special election. Early voting has begun, so get out there and vote. And if you're going to early vote, there are two locations. One is the AACCCCCC, the Cappellini building, where my kid used to play basketball, and the other one is at Jefferson Village. Let's hear it for Jefferson Village. Woo! So get out there and vote, and on Election Day, which is July 23rd, next Tuesday, you will be voting at your normal polling place, correct, Diana?
That's correct.
That's correct, okay. So please get out and vote. Whoever you're voting for, that's great, fantastic. Vote your mind, vote your conscience, just vote, okay? And it's going to get a little more crowded up here next week. We're going to be a little, all right.
Well,
so
actually, there's no meeting next week, not till August, and the election will have to be certified by the county.
But and then that's when they take office immediately. I missed Lake Day, so I want to apologize. Ken, I wasn't able to get there. What was that?
I forgot that, and it was a very nice time, Ken, thank you. I was there for the fishing derby, because the schedule got changed, but they did such a phenomenal job having to scramble on the fly and make that happen. Very nice time. Thanks, Ken, and please pass on to all the associations for the great work.
I want to, again, remind everybody that Sergeant Craig Scatola, his walkout is on August 26th. He served Yorktown well. Great guy, great family. Part of the Yorktown police family. We know how important, we saw how important first responders are the other day with the assassination attempt on President Trump. And we appreciate everything you do back there. So lastly, I got two other things. On August 3rd, there is an Eagle Scout Court of Honor at Grace Lutheran for John Esau. I hope I pronounced that correctly. We continue to churn out really fine young people here in Yorktown. I mean, I don't think I've ever been to a court of honor, and in Yorktown I've been to I don't know how many. There are so many, and I'm so proud of all of them. And I always say to them that the Eagle Scouts that they should be proud of themselves more than anyone. Lastly, I want to just give a memory to a friend of mine who lives in Yorktown. He was 49 years old. We laid him to rest this morning. Scott DeStacio, leaving behind two boys and a very young 10-year-old daughter. Great guy. I met him. I used to coach his kid. That's how I met him. Just the nicest guy. And you know what they say, right? They take the nice ones, right? So just in memory, Scott, love you, buddy. And we'll be looking out for your family. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to bring us back to the activities here in Yorktown. So sponsored by the Lady Ballers, we are actually going to have our new date for Friday, July 19th from 8:30 to 10:30 at the Jack DeVito Veterans Memorial Field. And the movie will begin at sundown, and it is Barbie. And so whoever wants to go see Barbie can go see Barbie. And let's not forget that the following Friday is based on our actual town campers vote. So there's a ballot that goes out to all the campers, and they get to choose between Kung Fu Panda, Something Migrations, Trolls, and Wish. These movies, they decide, and then once they get their choice in, that's what we're going to go ahead and see. So let's stay tuned to see what the kids decide. And great seeing you all today.
Okay, and as usual, the last person has been covered by everybody. But they forgot one thing. Dana Livenberg is going to have a little something at the Loxley Firehouse. She got a $125,000 grant. Station 3.
Which is the one on Kitchewan Road.
Oh, okay. I just found out it got switched to Station 3 in Kitchewan. Okay. That's it, and everybody have a great weekend.
Thank you, Dana, for that grant.
Yes.
All right. Poet Laureate, Mr. McMullen.
There is two authors on this. My wife, who's home ill, did much of the editing on this. What Have We Become by Barbie McMullen and John F. McMullen. In 188 years between 1776 and 1962, there were two assassinations of presidents, Abraham Lincoln and John Garfield, and two attempted assassinations of political candidates, Theodore Roosevelt and Franklin Roosevelt. In the 61 years, 1963 to the present, there has been the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy, two attempts on Gerald Ford's life, the shooting of Ronald Reagan, and the shooting of Donald Trump. This reads more like a list of actions of a so-called banana republic than the cradle of Western democracy. What motivates these political assassins? We can only make assumptions, since most have been killed in the process or shortly thereafter. While we assume that the motivation of Donald Trump's would-be assassin was political, we'll never know for sure. We assume that John Hinckley's shooting Ronald Reagan was political, until we found out that he did it, that his motive was to impress actress Jodie Foster. We need an understanding of what feeds these obviously deranged persons. And one step, not the only one, would be to take the present heat out of the most toxic political landscape of my time. Previous presidential campaigns had to do with differing political policies and were respectful. Witness Reagan Carter and Obama McCain. Now there is nasty invective and much between the groups. Obviously, a national reflection on the causes of these extreme acts is called for. But we've been here before. And deep down, we know it may happen again.
Thank you, John.
Good job, John. Thank you.
All right. I know I've spoken many times about the political temperature and atmosphere, and I think it permeates all levels of government right now. And it's a shame that people feel that it's okay to say anything about anyone if it fits an agenda for you. And unfortunately, the leading up to violence, there's one talk show host who always says, if you call someone Hitler enough, or whatever the case may be, it becomes okay in someone's mind to do something about eliminating a Hitler or a Stalin or anyone. And I think that we all need to really look at the rhetoric that's out there, look at the vitriol, the hate, and really dial it back, because it's amazing what attacks go on. And it doesn't only go to political candidates. It goes towards their family members sometimes, and it's just really it's a shame. It's uncalled for, and I know Yorktown is better than that, but you even see it on our fringe. So please, if you see it, you hear it, speak your mind. It's not okay, and I have said to many people I find it inappropriate. Whether talking about our current president or a past president, or, any political candidate, there are some things that you should really have the sense of mind not to put out there. So,
And if you don't think it trickles down to this level, a couple of years ago, I came across a post, and it was calling for the extinction of the town board. That was what it was, exactly those words. Okay? Now, what the person meant by that, I don't know. But it's those kind of words and that kind of rhetoric that leads to things that you can't even imagine.
yeah, it's not necessarily the mouth that's uttering the words, but the ears that are hearing it.
That's right.
All right, we'll go to personnel. We are going to appoint Mary Ann Kronk as to the position of Senior Office Assistant in the Comptroller's Office. We want to appoint Matthew Hawk to the position of Maintenance Mechanic Repair in the Refuse and Recycling Department. And we want to appoint David McConnell as a member of the Tree Conservation Advisory Commission. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Welcome aboard to David and Mary Ann. And oh, David is present? Oh, there you are, David. I'm sorry. You said hello. Yes. David, why don't you come up to the mic and just introduce yourself a little bit and your background and experience. Thank you.
I'll make this quick. Thanks everyone for coming.
Last week you would have got off easy. There was 4 people in here.
They're here for you. They're here for
David, if you could just address the board when you're at the mic and let us know about
You
your...
bet. We've been over this, but I'm a landscape architect. Looking forward to bringing my expertise to the commission and to the town, and just focus on quality of life and working together as a community. That's pretty much it.
Oh, we appreciate you,
Grateful for
David. Just a quick synopsis, your most recent position?
Right, so I was Director of Landscape Architecture for New York City Parks.
All right, so fairly qualified for it.
Yeah, and instructor at the Botanical Gardens, so
Yes.
I've been around.
Hey, were you the guy that fixed the bar that was missing where we used to sneak our bikes in when I was a little kid? Because
You
if
asked
that
me
was
this-
you,
You asked me this before, and I wouldn't give you an answer.
Yeah, he was hoping the TV would change your mind.
somebody fixed it. Then we had to go over. It was much more difficult.
Do you really got to tell everyone you're from the Bronx?
Well, David, welcome aboard, and thank you so
Thank
much.
you for volunteering.
You bet.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
All right, and then we have a little discussion with AMS Acquisitions LLC with their preliminary draft environmental impact statement for the proposed redevelopment of 35.5 acres located at 800 East Main Street, formerly known as the Contractors Registry. Mark, how are you?
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. My name is Mark Weingarten. I'm a partner in the law firm of Delbello, Dinellen, Weingarten, Wise, and Wiedeker, and it's my pleasure to be here this evening representing AMS Acquisitions LLC in connection with its proposal to redevelop the 35.5-acre site located at 800 East Main Street, Yorktown, formerly known as the Contract Register's site. I'm joined tonight from AMS from Ryan Sutherland, our Director of Design and Development, and also you'll hear shortly from our planner from AKRF, Peter Farreau. We've been asked tonight to give a brief presentation to describe what the project is, so people know why we're here discussing it with you, and to talk a little bit about the process, because tonight is just a procedural thing that we're doing, where we've gone through the process, and I'll explain the steps, but we're now at the stage where we have created a draft environmental impact statement. We're asking for you tonight to say that it is a complete document, and once that occurs, then you can schedule a public hearing. It can be sent out to everyone for review, and then we can have a discussion about whether or not this project should go forward, should be changed, should be modified, how it should work. So that's the process. The proposal is simply for the 35-acre site is our request is to demolish the vacant office buildings consisting of approximately 63,000 square feet of building, and in its stead redevelop 250 luxury multifamily apartments and for-sale townhomes restricted to people 55 years of age and older, so active adult housing. We seek to create a beautiful new neighborhood with plenty of open space, and luxury amenities are included. Currently, the site is zoned, as you would expect, OB Research Lab and Office District, which is what permitted the office buildings to be there for many years. The site has been vacant for many years, and just like many other vacant or partially occupied office parks in our region, it needs to be repurposed in the face of an extremely weak office market. This type of repurposing is happening throughout our county, and I have personally been involved in the necessary repurposing of millions of square feet of unutilized commercial space. Some may consider this unfortunate, but it's a fact of our times. Moreover, as you've been reading in our papers for many times and heard many of the government and elected officials speaking in recent times, we are in a critical housing shortage in New York State.
I'm sorry, excuse me, folks, could we not have side conversation? It's very hard to hear the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. We are right now currently in a critical housing shortage, particularly not just throughout New York State, but in Westchester County, and in Westchester County particularly with the changing demographic of the population, me being one of them, getting older and older past 55. There is a serious need for this kind of housing, and not only 55 and older, but there is very little rental product for 55 and older housing in Westchester County, and we believe this is going to serve a market and fill a need that's needed not just in Yorktown, but throughout the region, and we need more of it. In order to accomplish our project, technically we need to rezone the property, as I mentioned, to the RSP2 Senior Citizens District. We also need text changes in that district to allow the FAR to increase from 0.35 to 0.55 and to change the maximum height from 45 feet to 55 feet to change from a commercial building to a residential building. This would only be on sites that are in excess of 25 acres, a large office park like the one we're talking about. In order to accomplish this, we filed a petition with your board to ask for seeking amendments to the zoning code and the zoning map. On March 7, the town board declared itself lead agency for the environmental review process under seeker and issued a positive declaration of environmental significance, which requires us now to go through the most stringent level of environmental review provided by New York state law. That requires us to go ahead and draft an environmental impact statement. We have done that. It is many, many hundreds of pages. It results from a vote of this board on May 2nd, where the town board adopted a final scope, which is essentially the table of contents for this book that we're about to present for you. That happened after not only meetings of this board, but meetings of the planning board, meetings of the conservation board, meetings of the advisory board on architecture and community appearance. We received comments from all of those boards and public comment before that scope was finalized. Now we're here to say our book is complete, your professionals have reviewed it, and we'd like to go through a public hearing process and discuss the project in full on all of these topics. So the last piece of this, we've been asked in a quick summary for Peter Farreau, our planner, to come up and just describe to you quickly what is in the draft environmental impact statement, which we are requesting to be adopted this evening as complete. You don't have to agree with a word in it. You just have to say we've covered all the topics. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, Peter.
Thank you. Good evening. Peter Farreau with AKRF. So what's in the book is what was asked for. It's what was in the scoping document. So it covers, there are chapters on numerous environmental topics, including land use, zoning, public policy, including the town's comprehensive plan, visual and community character, including renderings and photo simulations from more than 7 different vantage points that were chosen by this board, geology, soils, topography, ecological resources, cultural resources, so that's your historic buildings, your archaeological resources. We did studies on socioeconomic and fiscal impact, so that's property taxes, community services, fire, police, EMS, school district, of which there would be no adverse impact. There would be no school children in this project, though there would be significant property taxes. We did studies on water and wastewater, stormwater management, energy usage, traffic and transportation, which everyone loves, and we had a long chapter on that. We looked at 11 different intersections. We looked at potential alternative configurations of the entrance driveway. We looked at a number of different items and came up with some recommendations for improving the traffic patterns that are out there now. We addressed air quality, noise, the potential for hazardous materials, so your subsurface oil tanks and things like that, construction impacts, and then one of the most important items per SECRA is an analysis of project alternatives. So we looked at 6 alternatives to the proposed project, including if there was nothing constructed, no rezoning on the site, including alternative layouts for the site, changes in height, changes in coverage. We looked at a number of different alternatives as required by the scope. So that's a very quick overview of what Mark said is a very large book. We did not print copies yet. It's all electronic right now. We will print copies. We just wanted to make sure if there were any wording changes or anything that needed to be done, we didn't waste too much more paper, but happy to do that. So if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
And just to finalize our presentation, so if in fact we are successful this evening and the book is accepted as complete, that would lead to public hearing and discussions which will go on until the board is satisfied. And then those questions that do come from board members and the public and anyone else that come during the DEIS hearings, we are required by law to answer every one of those questions in writing in a final environmental impact statement before any decisions can be made. So that's the process that's out ahead of us, and we're eager to get started essentially with the process.
And I think you'll have to add that that process is just for the rezone, not for the construction, development, going through planning for what is going to work for that site in their eyes, based on your alternative plans and original plan, which, okay.
I was going to say we weren't going to be presumptive, but yes, if we're successful in getting the rezoning, We will go through a full site plan engineering process on everything else, but this is the first step that we have to complete.
Correct. So with that, it's probably a pretty good lead on before he scoots out the door to have our Director of Planning, John Tegeter, come up. He was inching closer and closer to that.
Almost got away. How are you tonight?
Good, John. How you doing?
Good.
So I must say, trying to read all of this on an electronic screen,
Not easy.
not easy at all.
Yeah.
So I know that you've lived a lot more of this and printed and went through. So where do you feel from the planning department point of view?
Well, we have read the entire thing more than once. We read it when they first sent it to us. We sent them back a lot of comments. We had one or more of our consultants look at those particular parts, such as the environmental, and that went back and forth. So we've done a lot of work on it. I think that they have done a fabulous job in listening to what our comments are and adding in the things that we thought were pertinent. And again, it is now a big book, but I think it is, in my opinion, complete enough for you to move forward to the next step. And certainly a lot of things in there that the public will be able to understand about the project, and then bring forth some of their own comments, which oftentimes things that you wouldn't have known about. There is a lot of knowledge out there, so that's what we're looking forward to. So.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions? Anyone here?
No.
I-
John's more
I
knowledgeable.
had
than
a
us.
couple of questions. Maybe for Peter. I know right now you said 250 units. What do your alternate plans have just from a unit count?
So there are alternative plans that lower the height of the buildings without changing the footprint. Some of them go down as low as, I want to say 185 off the top of my head. There might have been one or two that was lower, somewhere around 200, but there was a range, and it wasn't just the count, but kind of the type and configuration of making sure, each alternative in Seeker is supposed to try to limit an impact. And so these alternatives were all designed to kind of look at a different impact and see if we could limit it, whether it's height or building placement or preserving different natural areas. And so each of them were chosen with that in mind, and that's really what we focused on. But I think they go down, to answer your question, to about 180, 185.
So from a point of view of, and you may or may not know this, but I'm trying to remember how many actual offices, employees that Blue Book had. But I think there was one shift. It wasn't like multi-shift. But do you know how many separate offices were in that building?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I do remember there was a traffic mitigation plan, where they didn't have different shifts, they did have different kind of arrival times to help limit the traffic at, especially at East Main Street, right, and Old Route 6. So look at that. And while we wouldn't have that because of the nature of our development, we would have a much lower generation of traffic. But we did identify improvements in the network today that we think could help as well.
I just want to mention that while we don't have that, and we will get, that information is
Yeah.
in there, and we will highlight it for you. But at a roughly 70,000 square feet of office building, we're talking more than a few hundred employees that are in those buildings that they were designed for, that were coming in and out every day.
Yeah, because there's multiple buildings up there. It's not just one.
That's great.
So I got a question for you. I mean, I appreciate you guys looking at the building height, because when I went there some time ago and I met with a bunch of you guys, we had some weird conversation about what side of the building we're looking at and how many stories it is. And so I was a little taken back by that, because it was like, I just want honesty and I just want clarity. And so, if it's 4 stories from one side, then it's 4 stories. If it's not if you look at it from the top of the hill and the bottom of the hill. So I'm going to be looking at that, just so you know.
Fair.
Now, you did say that it was going to fill a need for rental. So I thought you had also, initially you said that they were going to be for sale. So what?
The current proposal is 200 rental and 54 sale townhomes.
200 rental and 54 sale town.
townhomes. So that's the proposal.
How many bedrooms is the townhouses?
The townhouses would have. Apologies. So the townhomes. Let me get that right back to you. Let me
Okay.
just look through my
Not a-
book. I
not a problem.
apologize. It was 2 or 3, and I honestly just
Gotcha.
cannot remember
Okay.
right now.
It'll probably be some kind of a mix of 2 and 3, right?
Right. So the proposal was for a wide variety of buildings. So there would be townhouse buildings, there would be apartment buildings, there would be flats, there would be it was really to kind of fill kind of a pretty broad spectrum of needs.
And our town clerk is putting up some of the renderings. I think this is the first proposal, correct?
Correct.
So this was a conceptual proposal back in the beginning of the project. And I know that from a visit with our former supervisor, Tom Diana, that he had that same issue with the height of the buildings. And I think that there's also a problem height-wise with view shed from the Taconic.
Right, and so that's something we looked at very closely. And to your point, it matters where you put the building on the site because there's such topography on that site. So
Yeah.
we tried to be very careful about where we put them, but we have studies from the Taconic, northbound, southbound, studies from Route 6, from the Par 3, so kind of all over the place to look at that.
Right, and so it's clear, we're roughly 10 feet higher than the existing buildings that have been there forever. That's about, about what we average is for the height to achieve that. And the reason we're at that height, we can be lower. The reason we're at that height is firstly, it's a large site, it's 25 acres. We're preserving most of the land as open space. We're trying not to touch the wooded
35.
areas on the
It's 35,
outside,
right?
the buffer areas that are out by the neighbors. So we're trying to concentrate almost all of the development in the already developed area where the office buildings are. So if you want to be able to avoid all of that and still achieve what we need to achieve, we're doing a little bit more in height, but the trade-off for that is being able to preserve all that open space and keep all that wooded buffer between the current neighbors and the site itself. As you know, the site is a bit isolated from town, as you have to go up there's one road and it goes up and it's up on a hill and it's out there. And
It's very serene up there.
sleepy use.
But
Yeah.
my comment was more geared toward that first building when you're coming up that road.
Yep.
When you come around, you guys were like, it's a 3-story building, but when you're coming up the road, it was a 4-story building, so.
Right, and again,
So we
I
had
think-
this like odd conversation about what it really was.
I
and-
wasn't in that conversation. I'm sure what they were referring to is really when you look at height, and it's height from the grade level. And if it goes and slants down, you can have 3 stories on one side that's 40 feet in the air and 4 stories on the other side that are also 40 feet in the air. So when you talk from a technical standpoint, height doesn't necessarily equate to stories if it's not on a flat land. That's
However-
probably what they were trying to say.
However, if there is a ultimate height,
Yeah.
then it has to fit that height.
Correct.
So Sergio, I hear what you're saying. So regardless of what you're standing on, whether it's a hill or it's a puddle, it still has to hit one level of, and I've done air rights. I haven't done serene rights, but
It is very
you
nice.
stay within the height.
You probably have, you just haven't called it that.
Yeah, I didn't know it.
Serene height.
All right. In the document, I don't recall seeing any of the, and I just may have missed it, I don't recall seeing any of the other renderings. Do you have?
I don't have them on me. Happy to get them. I mean, I have them on my laptop. I could
That's
bring
okay.
them up, but they are in the document. There are.
All right,
yeah.
I skimmed through some of the attachments like that, so.
There's not the same level of detail for every alternative.
Of course.
Right. So if we're looking at a squatter building, right, we're looking at what is the height difference, not everything else. But there are different renderings and different elevations,
Right.
and floor plans. There's-
I'll go through it tonight or tomorrow, depending on what time we end tonight.
If you want to go to sleep, yes, you can go
think it's
through
tomorrow,
it
right?
all.
Tomorrow, yeah.
We'll do it with coffee, I promise.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else, gentlemen? Lou?
Mine was just the
No.
breakdown of the
Yeah,
houses
and I-
versus rentals. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Right.
Very good. Well, look,
And then-
I have served as the advisory to our senior advisory board. the liaison for Senior Advisory Board for 8 years now, and it has been a definite need to see those. I think it's interesting with the rental because there's definitely an affordability, especially if someone is looking to eventually relocate. It gives some place you could go to and have a safe haven in an area that you want to be in and you're familiar with. But I have this conversation with my wife when my daughter settles in the United States again. Where are we going to end up? What's going to happen? So.
100%. I mean, we're in the same thing. We're one of those senior couples that the kids are out of the house and you don't leave your house because there's nowhere to go, and which is having an interesting issue on the school district. And I will point that out because I can't not, is the good news on the 55 and older is this is a wonderful opportunity for the school district, as there will be almost no school children generated from a project of this. And right now you have vacant office buildings that are essentially off the rolls, not paying much of anything. And we will be putting them back on the rolls with significant real property taxes being paid for, and that's in the socioeconomic review, and that's in there, and I think that's a big benefit as well.
And the units, all of them or some of them, that they're going to be market rate?
All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
And I just want to point out that I do feel that people are still having children later in life. So
We're not saying, right. So
You don't know.
We're not saying zero.
Yes.
We're saying a very.
Less than.
A very low number.
Yeah, my goddaughter is 10 and her dad just turned 65.
Well, maybe he needs a place to stay.
Maybe. All right, great. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. I will note to the board that we do have for consideration, there was a draft resolution to adopt 800 East Main Yorktown Development AMS LLC draft environmental impact statement is complete. From the mouth of Babes or from the mouth of your planning director.
yes.
John.
Apparently, there's a feeling that, the work is there, that it's, there may be more stuff asked of them through planning, but, I think from my point of view, I'm okay passing the draft environmental impact statement.
I'm in agreement.
And just to be clear, it's just to mark it as that it is a complete draft statement.
Yeah,
Right.
That's
so that
all
they can move
that's all
through.
we're voting on?
Yep. Patrick?
If John's okay with it, I'm pretty sure that he has a little more in-depth breadth of the scope of the project than we do, so.
All right.
John,
I'm
can you
okay
step
with it.
up one more time, just to
Introduce yourself.
talk about it one more time?
John Tegeter.
So you read the statement multiple times? You went through the whole thing? And you seem, you're okay with it? They've answered all the questions to this point?
There
to
is
date?
there is a lot of information, technical and otherwise, in that document that I think is enough, more than enough actually, to vet and review and understand the project, and for the public to do the same, for you to start to get to a point where you can, have some determinations about the project and move forward or not. So there is a lot of information in there for you to grapple with. Yes. So I think it is complete. My department and our consultants have been through it, a couple of times, and we think that it has enough information for you to do the correct job.
All right, and I know
Appreciate that.
I had some questions for you this morning. I'm sure I'll have some more for you tomorrow and through the week. But just to be clear, this allows us to now put it out, refer it out, so we can get other opinions.
That's
And-
correct.
And it allows us to set our public hearing date, which
That's correct.
gives the public a chance to read it online and be able to.
The public will have a chance from a number of days from now, if you deem it complete tonight, when it is available, to start looking at it. I think we'll probably have 1 or 2 copies in the library, things like that. It'll be online, et cetera, et cetera.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Oh,
I was just going to ask, do we know when the public hearing would be?
yes, the public hearing is on August 8th, 2024.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. In the resolution.
Yeah,
That's what you had in the resolution. You wrote the
Only day
draft.
we have left before September.
August 8th? Okay.
August 8th because it's a Wednesday, because Tuesday we have
No, it's a Thursday.
Thursday,
Thursday.
because we have appreciation.
All right?
Okay, it's on my calendar.
All right, thank you, guys.
You guys are good with that? It's 3 weeks and 2 days.
Absolutely.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, you guys have a good night.
good night. All right, we will go to courtesy of the floor, but as a reminder, you could always contact us. You don't have to wait for courtesy of the floor. You could always call Town Hall, our town officials, our town departments. We are here to work for you. You could visit the town's website, www.yorktown.gov now, although I think org will switch you over. You can find all the contact information for everybody here on the dais, the town clerk, even the town attorney, and of course your elected officials. As a reminder, there's a 3-minute time limit on your comments or courtesy of the floor. We ask you to keep them directed to the town board, and we ask, as always, that your comments remain focused and respectful. And please, when you come up to the microphone, introduce yourself. That's for the record, all right? So, no one for courtesy of the floor today?
Good evening, all. Doug Erickson, Granite Springs Road. Thank you for hearing me again. Actually, I'm here. My wife isn't able to be here, but she asked me to make a couple comments based on some things from last meeting. There was a board meeting where the discussion about the need to review and update the town codes. One of the items specifically referred to where the proposed doggy daycare, which are not currently sort of fully embedded in code. And then we would like to know if the cell tower could also be included in terms of code review. The supervisors are referenced that the codes need to be reviewed because things change and we know more now than we did then or when they were written. So as the cell tower code is written, it appears to be somewhat skewed to streamline the process for the companies that seek to install towers and not towards the protection of the town land or residents. The discussion about the doggy daycare covered a list of possible proposed restrictions in regards to zoning, noise, lot size, size of space, both inside and out, and whether it only be permitted in commercially zoned areas. Currently, the cell tower code does not have any guidelines or restrictions in regards to most of these items: size of lot, size of development, limits on height or addition of height after the towers are built, setbacks from property owners, zoning required in regards to development being permitted in residential areas, distance from adjoining properties, for access roads, lighting, noise pollution when there's a need for generators. Seems that there could be potentially more limitations set for the doggy daycare than there are currently for the placement of a cell tower. And again, just a reminder, this is only a tower. It doesn't guarantee service provision, right? It just builds a tower and then people can put their service on it if they decide. So I'd urge you to consider, as you're conducting code review, that you include the cell tower current code system and see if it's up to snuff, basically.
Absolutely.
Right?
Thanks.
So,
Thanks,
appreciate your
Doug.
time. Thanks.
Thank you, Doug.
Good evening, Jay Kopstein. Quick question. When was the stop work order lifted on the MS4 site on Route 35, since they were cutting and shipping today? Thank you.
Good evening, Maura Gregory. I live in Mohegan Lake. I'm a member of the Yorktown Community Housing Board, although tonight I'm speaking on my own behalf and on behalf of the board. I was listening with interest to the description by AMS and their attorney of the proposal for contractors registry. Not only did they say it was going to be market rate, the attorney said it was going to be luxury housing. Now, I recall during the most recent campaign for supervisor, Mr. Lachterman, in a response to a question by a local newspaper, you recognized the need for more affordable housing in this town. Some of this proposed housing, yes, we need housing. We definitely need housing in New York and Westchester and in Yorktown, but we need affordable housing. We don't know what price this luxury housing is going to be priced at. It's up to this board to take charge and say, AMS, you're going to make a certain percentage of this affordable housing. 80% of median for ownership housing, 60 to 80 for rental. That's generally in Westchester what is considered affordable. I don't know what the need is for luxury housing in New York, but I know there is a big need for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Maura.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jack Renzulli.
Hi, Jack.
My wife and I live in Jefferson Village, and we oppose the rezoning proposals for Route 6 and 6 End corridor. At the last meeting, it was stated that more means less in regards to spreading out the financial burden of the town. Quite the contrary. More is going to mean more congestion, more pollution, more crime, more waiting times for already overburdened access to medical treatment. More also means less property value, which affects the bottom line. If you allow a 254-unit horizontal project and recycling plant in our lake community, all surrounding property value goes down. Property tax revenue is determined by property value. Simple economics, diminishing returns. You had a Rutgers study talking about additional students. You can't minimize putting 1,000 people in an area to a handful of students. If you think that's our major concern, you haven't been listening to us. The same way you could shut the border with the stroke of a pen, you could stop this project with the word decline. You live here the same as us. We have given you so many valid reasons to dismiss this project. You have not given us any reasons to entertain these projects except, and I repeat, to increase revenue, which is based on property value. These projects are going to diminish our property value. To paraphrase Sarah Palin, you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig, and this baby oinks all over the place. Just because you're getting a free sewer and baseball field, it doesn't give you the right to devalue our town. We trusted you because you live here, and we would think you have the same values as us. Don't let us down. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
Dan Strauss, 58-year resident. Diversified housing stock.
Hi, Dan.
That's the, what's that word? The buzzword. It used to be, what about our seniors? It's not about the seniors. You're going to sell a house for $600,000 with 4 bedrooms, and you're going to buy a condo for $1 million? That's what you're doing. A guy told me that the other day. That was the punchline of the week for me. 4-bedroom house for $600,000, and I'm going to downsize to a 2-bedroom condo for $1 million. You don't do that. You're not looking out for the people in, excuse me, in Yorktown. They're entitled to build these homes. It's diversified housing stock. It's market rate. You keep asking about affordability. It's not about affordability. It's market rate. There are going to be condos there or townhouses for $1.2 million. They'll be right over here, right next door. And when I walked up here to the meeting, I saw the sun set because there are 500 trees that are gone. That was the sun setting on Yorktown. It's not about what about our seniors anymore. It's diversified housing stock, which is all luxury. It's not, it's okay. And there's going to be 1,000 units, and I said that about a year ago. They're all, and the gentleman wouldn't tell me. He said he didn't know what he was going to market it for. I asked him, and he has the right to say no. But there'll be $1 million. The Wyant, they're $900,000 or $950,000. sitting behind the Roma building. Oh, that is luxury. Thank you very much.
My 3 bedroom is doing pretty good. Prices are prices.
That's kind of hard to follow, guy. Hi, Charles O'Neill, President of Jefferson Village. Jefferson Village is a 55-plus active community. Most of the residents spent their hard-working savings to purchase their downsized home in Jefferson Village. Presently, our community ages range from 55 to 90 years old. Most of the residents have age-related illnesses which require frequent visits to medical doctors, physical therapy, diagnostic workups, and at times 911 emergency call. Route 6 is the only accessible road to and from Jefferson Village. At the last town board meeting, Sergio stated Jefferson Village has the best parties. I agree, we certainly do. However, we're more than that. We are a community that serves our neighbors within Yorktown community and the surrounding area. During COVID, Jefferson Village was designated a COVID vaccination site serving the community. We provide annual flu shots to our residents as well as the community. Our clubhouse and annex building is a New York State voting site. We accommodate Shed the Meds in our parking lot twice a year. We host Matt Slater's annual senior health fair in our auditorium. We donate our excess food from the parties to Jam Pack Shelter and Peekskill. The Elks Club hold their Flag Day recognition event, which is open to the community in our clubhouse. We donate to Tunnels of Towers, Wounded Warriors, My Brother Vinny, Mohegan, and Yorktown Fire Departments. We have a beneficiary annual Halloween benefit party, which all the money is given back to the community. Our residents are almost always more than generous at the annual Toys for Tots event. Some of our residents volunteer in the local community, churches, schools, and hospitals. Jefferson Village has surpassed the definition of a user-friendly community. Now we were asking our Yorktown community and surrounding areas and the Yorktown Board to support us in our endeavors to stop the proposal to extend the boundaries of the Lake Osceola overlay, to include a proposed 254-unit mixed-use development on 50-acre field site, currently zoned for single families. Is in addition to this, we are against the recycling center also. We are Jefferson Village strong and hopefully Yorktown strong. We are in this together, and I just want to say 254 units plus the senior housing. What's going to happen to Route 6? I don't know.
Good evening, members of the board. Joanne Selick, Jefferson Village. I want to make something very clear from last time I was up here. I also know some of you personally, but that does not influence my purpose in being here. I am stating facts, my opinions, and questions regarding the future of Yorktown only. Now, the developer must meet the following 8 criteria to go into the overlay. 1, is the project consistent with the goals of the comprehensive plan? We will lose the small town feel. 2, will the project be detrimental to the character of neighboring properties, single family homes versus multiple units? 3, will the project cause problems that could affect our health and safety, traffic, schools, watershed? 4, is the town's infrastructure capable of servicing the project? We would need more infrastructure if we didn't build more housing. 5, will the project eliminate a blight in the district? How can multifamily dwellings eliminate blight? Really? 6, will the project will the project be consistent with goals of the overlay district? Why force a change when it is now zoned for 20 single-family homes? 7, will the project exceed the limitations set forth? Are you expecting the developer not to stay within the limitations? 8, is the project likely to contribute to economic development? It will not contribute, but drain the town, police, fire, schools, etc. If the developer cannot meet each requirement, you cannot move the property into the overlay. The project should be dropped. We understand it's your job to look at both sides, but it's also your job to recognize if a project is bad from the very beginning. Projects go through changes regarding number of units. Even if the number is lowered, it does not change the negative impact of any number except 0. What are the benefits to Yorktown? Sewers? Sure, if the homeowner has $10,000 or $30,000 to hook up. Infrastructure? Why doesn't the town address the roads and dredging Osceola Lake rather than adding more traffic, more children to overcrowded schools? No, it's not personal. I am here to protect our quality of life. Yorktown is my home, where I make my peace. As you said, you are not here for the money, but because of your love of the town. I hope we can trust that love to keep Yorktown the gem of Westchester that we all now enjoy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dwayne Simmons, and I live in Jefferson Village.
Hi, Dwayne.
Hi. I'm actually the president of one of the condos. And what brought me here tonight is that I was sitting around with some of the owners, and they were talking about the board. They said, well, I don't even know why you're going to this. You know, they're going to do what they're going to do anyway. They probably already decided. I find that hard to believe. I also find it hard to believe that this is about my third meeting. And you hear the same things over and over and over again. I mean, if you haven't decided that this would be detrimental to the whole community, then I don't know what you're listening to. I mean, people are telling you that getting to hospitals would be detrimental because, you know, the traffic is so bad. People are talking about how the water is kind of deteriorating our community. All the things that I've heard, I haven't heard one thing that justifies making a move like this. I mean, the developers come, and the only thing I really hear, it comes down to dollars and cents. And the one thing we can't afford in our community is an oops. Oops, we did this and people can't get to the hospital. Oops, we did this, we made a big mistake, and now we don't, the water situation has become like terrible. You know, all the things that tear down a community, that's what's coming if you guys don't stop it. You know, I don't believe that you guys sit up here and hear all this good stuff week in and week out, and you don't realize that this is not a good thing. This is not a thing that's going to help anybody here. These are people who have faith and trust in you. This is why we put you here, because we figure that you're going to look out for us. You know, you don't want a situation where people are coming to you and saying, you know, we tried to tell you this and you didn't listen. You know, so I'm just hoping that you're hearing us, and that over and over and over and over hearing the same thing. I guess that's why people keep coming and keep saying the same thing. But if you haven't gotten it by now, you'll never get it. Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne.
Hi. Good evening, Susan Siegel.
Hi, Susan.
Hi there. I have a comment and then some questions that I hope you'll answer. First, I think it would be helpful if the board advised the residents about the special summer hours that all town departments and town hall except the town clerk's office close at 1 p.m. on Friday. I learned that quite by surprise when on July 5th I came to town hall. It was about 2 o'clock to check on something and found that the department was closed. So could you also tell us if the 1 p.m. closure applies to all town departments or is it just town hall? Because I don't know. Regarding the recycling transfer station, at a previous meeting, your board explained that the existing code provisions governing the recycling operations adopted in 2012 needed to be changed. So could you tell us, have you or are you considering a moratorium on recycling applications while you draft those amendments? Basically similar to the solar law, where you have a moratorium while you work out the amendments. And applicants currently before the planning board know that they will have to comply with the new regulations once they adopt it, okay? And if you haven't considered a moratorium, or you're not ready to adopt a series of amendments, can you tell us what you're waiting for, okay? On another issue, I'd like to, could you give us an update on the code enforcement measures that you've been taking regarding the multiple violations at the Fieldstone Manor off Strawberry Road? Last time I raised the issue on April 30th, you said you would follow up on it. What's the status of the apartments? Have building permits for the renovations at the Stone Mansion been issued? Was the fee for the permit, which was never issued when the renovations were done, was the fee doubled as required by town code? Okay. And if the apartments are occupied, were COs issued? And has the owner complied with the affordable housing requirement that was in the initial approval resolution? Also, what's the status of the illegal party space at the mansion? I was told that there was a large event there last week. Finally, could you please explain what the $7,200 expenditure for the fifth asset, doing business as, I think, debt book, which was for? This was a resolution that you approved last week, but there was no explanation, no discussion about what it was for, and all it said was that it was for lease management and analysis revenue services. Someone who comes to town board meetings all the time, I have absolutely no idea what that was. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Kind of close. I'm Karen Bobet. I am president of the Glassbury Court at Hunter Brook Condominium, located on Catherine Street. We are speaking of age community, we are an age 55 plus adult community of 64 homes on Catherine Street. I'm here tonight representing the Board of Managers and the entire Glassbury community, and I'm happy to tell you that we have 32 homeowners, 32 out of 64 homeowners here with us this evening. Would you all raise your hand, Glassbury people? So at Glassbury, we are the adjoining property owners that will be most directly affected by the proposed Toll Brothers project. The proposed locations for the entrance and exits are directly across from our community. This zoning change that has been proposed would have major implications to the usage of adjoining roadways, water usage, and sewer systems. In that regard, our community has several major concerns and questions that we'd like to bring to the town board's attention, which require your consideration in an effort towards finding mutually agreeable solutions. The current RI 40 zoning, which calls for lots with a minimum area of 40,000 square feet, would permit 52 single-family homes. The proposal before you is for 118 homes on a proposed 48 to 50 acre site. A third of that property under consideration is wetlands, and a portion of it is encumbered with steep terrain. First question, how do you propose to increase the density of that property to double what is permitted by code? The issue with the sewer system in this area appears to be a major concern for the town engineer. There's no specific plan that we can find to address this beyond a small financial contribution proposed by Toll Brothers of $150,000. Does the current pump station at the bottom of Catherine Street have the capacity for an additional 118 homes? What research has been done to determine if $150,000 will be sufficient to address the sewer problem, if there's currently no clear understanding of the overall issues, or if the funds to be contributed will be sufficient to solve those sewer problems. If insufficient, then anything beyond $150,000 offered will be a taxpayer burden, won't it? Perhaps a larger amount held in escrow would be better assurance for the town board that there won't be any additional tax burden put on all Yorktown taxpayers to ameliorate this unsolved sewer issue. The traffic study that this proposal is based on is from February of 2022 with a growth factor for 2026. Well, this was right after the end of the pandemic, when at least some of our workforce and our schools might still have been working remotely. It was also performed before Trader Joe's opened in July of 2023 and before the recent opening of several fast food restaurants now on the 202 corridor near BJ's.
Karen, I'm sorry. If you have someone else, your 3 minutes is up.
Oh, it is?
So, yeah.
I see a minute 25 there. Did I go over?
So you.
Hold on, guys, hold on, please.
She reset, but she didn't go all the way to 3.
Okay.
What, you reset it?
Yeah, it was reset. She
Yeah.
was over the top.
Okay, yeah. So, is there anyone else from your group that could finish your questions? There you go.
Come on up.
This is Mike Vecchiola, our vice president.
Sorry.
Great, thank you.
Karen,
Thanks
you.
for coming up.
Thanks,
Mike.
Karen.
It's just a formality.
Where'd you read that?
Right here.
You got 3
Okay,
minutes.
the traffic study that this proposal is based on is from February 2022 with a growth factor of 2020 to 2026. This was right at the end of the pandemic when at least some of our local workforce in our schools might still have been working remotely. It was also performed before Trader Joe's was open in 2023 and before the opening of several fast food restaurants on 202. And it was done on Catherine Street with no consideration to Old Compound Road. Why was that not included in the traffic study? I'm going to stick in my own note here. God forbid those poor people that live on Old Compound Road, their house is going to go right down the river. The traffic congestion on 202 on both east and west in the morning and in the evening is significant, as you know, and it's always exaggerated. 230 on, you can't go east or west on 6 or 202. Catherine Street is a highly used detour route. Catherine Street is a raceway. Catherine Street is dangerous. Catherine Street is loaded with young men and women speeding up and down in cars. I walk my dog all the time on Catherine Street and watch 5 to 6 cars go through the stop sign every time, following each other. It's a game. No police presence. Sorry there. No police presence. Old Compound Road is Catherine Street to Croton, so people who go to Croton cut through all the time. Congestion is only going to get worse. Once Walgreens opens, Chipotle's now open, it's only going to get worse. I bought my house there because of Catherine Street. Oh, this is a nice spot. I can get to Peekskill, I can get to almost anywhere I want to go. I used to live 25 years ago up on near the church here, St. Patrick's. And those days, I would never go west because it was bad. It's 25 years ago. So you got to remember, it's only getting worse. Glassbury Court has made numerous requests for the Highway Department over the years to improve Catherine Street, which is currently in poor condition, is too narrow in width, no curbing, limited storm drainage. How can construction project be accomplished without improving already overburdened Catherine Street? With construction trucks and traffic utilizing Catherine Street, the road will deteriorate even worse. We suggest an improvement on Catherine Street, improvement on drainage, resurfacing of Catherine Street, the fixing of this drainage in the sewers, all based on the traffic study that was done in the summer before school buses and before 2,000 cars going to school back and forth every day. Also, we have a special, we pay double the water from some deal that the contractor made. So our water bill is twice as many.
not including the noise. We'll have to wake up for 3 to 5 years looking at what you got across the street. That's it. Done.
Thanks.
If I might, I know my time is up, but I do have a
That would be
written
great.
presentation for
Thank
each
you.
of you.
Thank you.
So that we can memorialize our concerns into the public.
I appreciate that.
That'd be great.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, I'd like to address the board. My name is Joe Canini. I'm a resident of New Yorktown for the past, I guess, 37 years. And I'm here in regards to the empty seat that's to your right. There are two people that are...
Joe, we actually do not use this forum for political statements.
Oh, can I express an opinion?
No. Unfortunately
Can I
not.
ask a question?
You-
I have one question that I would like to answer, and I think maybe since the empty seat is, another set of brains that can help out the situation.
Joe, we cannot address it. We won't address it. It's against the decorum of the town board meeting. So I apologize, but we cannot address an ongoing election in the middle of an election cycle. It is not going to happen. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I just don't. I think you're kind of selling it short, but that's rules are rules.
Yes.
You know.
Sorry about that. Mark, you're shaking your head no, but I don't know who okay, thank you. 'Cause
I was like, you know all about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, thank you. We agree about something. Can I mark this down?
My
And
name
I'm
is-
your favorite person at the debate.
There you go.
Oh, no, it's
Okay.
your turn. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Anthony Pichette. I wanted to come up and just, while I have my own opinions about developments and stuff, when someone comes up and starts talking about traffic and the speed of cars, that's kind of my impulse to come up. I echo that decision or that statement. I'd really like if at some public hearing about one of these developments or just in general, like a special speaker, if you could have the traffic guy come up and we could ask questions, because some of the numbers don't just make sense. If you put more cars on the road, how are you going to reduce traffic? There is really no study out there ever that when you adjust roadway or whatever, that the number of the traffic goes down. It just doesn't work that way, because if you put more lanes, more people drive, blah, 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 blah. So it would be nice to have someone come in and have a discussion about that, if it's at a public hearing or whatever, so we could ask questions about that, because it's important to have experts come in. It's important to be able to ask questions to those who know, and maybe also those who have an alternative thought process behind that. So I would encourage, no matter what development goes through, that we have some of the details come out to talk about traffic and talk about speed. I mean, I echo two people before me were talking about, I moved on to, I talked about this before, I'm on a nice little street, and boy, they fly down. And I've talked about this before, my little kid, they come 30 feet close to that, and I'm like, get out of here. And we all talk, you guys talk about it all the time, just in general, walking around, you got to be careful. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Aunt.
Anyone else for courtesy? Michael, how are you?
Hi, Michael.
Good evening, board. How are you? The All-Star game is still no score.
Introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Michael Kiernan, 2 Brianna Lane, Yorktown Heights, Somers Municipality, very ambiguous. I just want to come up and just ask if you've gotten any feedback from the town of Somers on the transfer station project. I know that there was a solicitation from them for feedback, and had attended a board meeting a couple weeks ago, so that'd be helpful. My neighbors and I remain, the 89 neighbors, the wetlands, the nature preserve, the water supply lands, so fearful of this project and the way it's just going to obliterate our way of life and just destroy it. So again, I know that it's all still before you. We're going through due process. We still haven't gotten any communication from the applicant about the project. You know, there's such a lack of care for us as people. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Anyone else for courtesy of the floor? Motion to close courtesy of the floor? Oh,
Oh, one more. Nice to see
How are
you.
you?
Hi. Thank you for taking your time and, listening to us, and, I respect that, and I really appreciate you guys being here. I just want to ask a few questions.
Can you please introduce
Oh,
yourself?
Juan. My name is Juan Rusi. I live in East Main Street.
You
Hi,
know the drill.
Juan.
Hi. So, what can we define with numbers what a housing crisis is? Like, because I keep hearing housing crisis, but I don't know. I'm not sure a lot of people really know what that means. And is it really the best place to put all these houses in a one-way lane, East Main Street? You're gonna add like at least, if you say everything gets approved, then we have like an extra 600 places, 600 apartments for people to live in. How many more cars would that be in a place that we already have a 2,000 person per mile density? We have 2,000 people in Jefferson Valley per mile. It's a 7-mile radius town. It's very small. So yeah, and do we have the infrastructure for this in terms of police, fire department? What happens if any emergency was to ever happen? And that's not counting the traffic. Like I have already mentioned, like people have died in that road. They got hit by cars. My neighbor had a car inside her living room. We have runoff that just doesn't stop from Wood Street. It just comes and comes and comes. Every year it gets worse and worse, and you just see everything washing away. We have water coming from inside our homes, and you just see it from the streets, like it's just seeping through. I don't know if Putnam did anything. They must have like done something, because we have a ton more runoff, and if we add more development, it's going to be even more runoff. So I'm not sure. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here. Like everybody else is just saying the same thing, and I'm not sure we're being heard. I mean, I know that you guys are here, and I know that you guys are listening, but I'm not sure how else to say this, because we're in a lot of pain here, and I lived in Jefferson Valley my whole life. So does my family, everybody here, and we're gonna lose our lives. That's how we live. We're gonna lose the way we live. We're gonna be underwater, and I don't know how else to get it through you guys that our quality of life is gonna disappear. Every time it rains, I have a panic attack, because I don't know if my house is gonna get flooded or not, and I don't know how else to say. Oh, also DOT was there behind the solar farm today and yesterday. I'm sure you guys know about that, and they were clearing out so that more water went into this outlet that is clogged. So I don't know why DOT is doing that. I don't know how to stop this from happening so that we don't get flooded. I don't know what else to say to you guys to get this through. So that's all I have to say. I'm just really concerned, and I mean, this is our lives. I know everybody's trying to fight and make it seem like us versus them, but we should work together. Look,
Juan, your time is up.
all right, thanks.
Thank you, Juan.
Anyone else? Motion to close courtesy of the floor?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, I'll start with addressing something, because it's come up a couple times. We are hearing your side of the story, without a doubt, and we're hearing it repeatedly every time we have courtesy of the floor, which is totally fine and totally up to everyone in this room. That's what courtesy of the floor is about. What we haven't heard are the people coming in for their public hearings, because these things are addressed. Anthony mentioned, it'd be great to talk to a traffic consultant. The traffic consultant comes in with them. The wetlands experts come in with them. So I know someone mentioned the process and due process, and that's what this is. And, you know, I think I may have alluded to it last week. You can make a blanket statement for a group and say, this is what we'd like to say, or everyone can come up. Once again, that is your right. I will sit here as proven till 1:32 in the morning. I will do what we need to do. That's our job to hear you. But it's also our job to hear the applicant in the due process. We haven't even gotten to those public hearings. Today is the first public hearing we're having since some of the law changes that we put up, and one of those is being decided tonight. So, you know, Joanne mentioned the eight criteria for being in it, and that they have to address that in the public hearing. I can't just shut the door. I can't say, hey, you know what? Someone told me you're not going to make it. I don't want to hear your side of the story. Because I could do the same thing and say, hey, the people said they're going to make it, so I don't even need the public hearing. That's not our job. That's not what we're supposed to do. We have to hear it all. And if it means being here till midnight, 1, 2 in the morning, we will do that. And like I've said before, I love the passion. I felt today was a lot less personal as a group, which is great. You're getting across your point of view. And it's really, really important. But once again, it's important for us to keep an open mind and due process. We've heard, matter of fact, I know we have the people from Glassberry the first time showing up, and we did even receive a letter about the traffic, and I know I forwarded it on to our planning department to talk to the applicant to see if it was possible. He was saying, can we do one or both of the entrances exits to Field Street? I don't know the site that well, and I don't know if that's too much of a disturbance to go through there, but that's something that I am sure, you know, the property owner could look at and see. Road improvements will be looked at. I'm going to ask John Tegeter if he's still here. I'm going to ask Dan if he's still here to address a couple things when I get to them, and Adam, you as well. I'll start with you, Adam, with code review for the cell tower. The law that we have adopted to, I'm pretty sure we can look at it, but there are some things that are state-specific as well in that.
Well, we can always look at it. I mean, you know, what I think gets lost sometimes in that conversation is that the code requires these things to be on town property first, in the first instance. Only then, if there's nothing available on town property, can they go to commercial areas in town. You know, I think the reason for that is to sort of protect the residents so that businesses and their neighbors don't sell their properties and put them in residential neighborhoods. So in general, they're going to go in town property that are in, you know, better placed locations. But, you know, we can certainly look at the code for things. Ultimately, the site plan is before this board, and this board can incorporate whatever appropriate safeguards it feels are reasonable to protect, you know, residents, neighbors, et cetera, through setbacks, through screening, you know, or whatever it feels is appropriate.
And so the short answer is yes, we can look at that with the code review, and we will definitely do that. The MS4 site stop work order, they actually got their permits from us a while ago, Jay. They were waiting for DOT to give them access from the road. They were holding them up. So they are all set. We had our hearings. They had their permits. Dan, you could nod your head if I'm correct. DOT finally gave them their...
I assume so.
Okay. Right. We could look into that in the morning, but I know that they were pressuring DOT quite a bit. The Army Corps of Engineers is on that project. But they received the go-ahead from us.
Thank you.
No problem. So, look, we don't have a set-aside law because a previous town board that I was on thought that the set-aside law is an unlawful tax. We had the county in. The county was never able to dispute that. So it's up to the the builders if they want to do, and they want to talk about density, but you know, that's what we've had in the past was a density bonus, but listening to the room, a density bonus is not something that people think is appropriate either. So there, you know, it's definitely a multi-layered issue. Housing right now, I think, Patrick, I know you had the national number. Was it like 500 million short?
Before the immigration crisis, we were short about 4 to 5 million homes.
4 to 5 million.
In the country. So
mainly in the Northeast, though.
Yes. And we were short that before the immigration crisis, whatever number everybody thinks is there, whether it's 5 million, 10 million, or 20 million, you know, that's before that.
So there is a national crisis. It's heavier in the Northeast. Governor Hochul was trying to change our home rule law. I think I mentioned this last meeting as well, where you'd be able to build a 5-story building on a 1-acre parcel if you met certain criterias, and one of them, and the main one, is being a mile within a transportation stop. So there are ways to address it. I don't think a blanket thing like that takes home rule out, because we talk about our way of life being destroyed, our neighborhoods, what we're used to. That would be a destruction of our neighborhoods to take away our zoning. So that's something that is it's going to be ongoing, but we do need to add, and I'll use the buzzword that Dan Strauss said, diversified housing, have different housing stock, because you know what? Granted, they're asking a lot of money for the new Wyant project homes, $750 to $950. I think, though, on the article that I read, Westchester County home prices increased double digits over the last year. So we will be getting more money for our houses, and that's a decision that people will end up making, which is, if I sell my house, whether it's $600, which I think is low for a 4-bedroom house in Yorktown, but if I sell my house for $1 million, do I want to put $750 into a 2-bedroom condo? I don't know. I might move somewhere else myself eventually, especially with a daughter who hasn't decided where she's going to settle when she comes back to America. So those are all personal decisions on what to do with your money. My mother-in-law, she won't buy anything. She said she wants to leave her house feet first. And you know what?
Very loyal.
As long as we can support her in that, we'll support her in that, and we'll try to do what we can. But I will say there's a cause and effect. I know I'm sort of encompassing a lot of things. Those houses will be filled when the people move out. With the new, and I do disagree that our property values are going anywhere with new development, because new development will bring an economic boom to our stores, which will bring renovations, which will bring other restaurants, other stores. I'm hoping, folks, please. I'm hoping that we have the interest in some of these medical groups opening more facilities, because it is a problem. And look, I had it the other day. I needed a prescription refilled. Okay, you need your blood work. All right, can you write the order? No, you have to come and see me, and then I'll write the order. Then you could go tomorrow to the lab. Then you could come back and see me again. Why? Billable hours. You know what? Unfortunately, the medical industry needs to be reformed. The insurance industry, medicine, medical, they run you through the hoops just to get a prescription. Imagine when it's something serious. I spent 4 hours for my cardiologist exam, and I had to drive up to Hopewell. So it's a problem, without a doubt. But it's a problem that exists, and I think, and I hope, from a businessman's point of view, if I know there's a population, I'm going to try to open up offices there. And that's an important aspect. I know urgent cares are opening more and more, although a lot of times they just say, well, you need to move on to the hospital. but some people really believe in them for their quick medical stuff, and that they are. That's definitely a good thing.
I think, Ed, on that note, if you're driving around, every town is building, whether it's Pleasantville, Croton, everybody is building, and they're trying to build downtown. The whole idea from Holkel down is to get people downtown. So you're building downtown so that's walkable, it's less congestion, less congestion on the roads. So there's a crisis going on. It's not just Yorktown, it's every place in Westchester. And if you're driving around, take a look at all the other towns. You'll realize that they're also building.
And all
downtown.
the quaint towns too. Yes, you're right.
North Salem had it.
I don't believe that the way forward is nothing. Okay, I understand everybody's concerned. It's 250. I get that, but the other thing that I'm hearing from everybody in this room is we want nothing, and I don't believe that doing nothing is going to help preserve our town because prices go up. We do nothing, prices keep going up. So how do we cover the costs of doing business as a town? I mean, there has to be something. I get that you guys think that it's too much, but when I hear, hey, it's zero, no, it puts us in a predicament. And then we hear, you guys aren't listening to us. We're trying to weigh multiple options, and the decisions appear multifaceted. They're not black and white as someone might believe. Some are, many aren't. And so how do I haven't heard anybody say, how do we pace with the increasing costs, inflation? Inflation hits the town too. Our garbage contracts go up. The
police contracts, labor contracts,
asphalt that we have to buy to pave the roads. These things increase. And so I hear what you guys are saying, and we're very concerned with everybody's concerns here. We also get a lot of feedback from people not in this room that are for a lot of the projects. All right, so we're trying to weigh every option, but we also need to figure out how to keep pace with things going up.
I just want to name that I hear the word density, and that we have a lot of projects that are before us, and it seems that because we have to approve them being visited either by zoning or planning, that all of them are going to go through. But I hear the word density, and I hear the complications that can come with too much density in a community. And I also know that sometimes we put 100 things on the board and only 2 actually make it to the finish line. So I just want to name that, yes, we hear you, and I personally, speak for myself and hopefully for the ones on the board, that I hear the word density. And when I review them, even though I'm sitting and hearing one project, I'm also then looking back and reviewing all of them in the timelines of where they are throughout the actual planning and what the codes are to get it to the finish line. And not everything will make it to the finish line. So I just want to name that here's the first stop, and that the value of the word density and what it can do to a community is very important to me individually and to the members of this board. That's all I just want to say.
And Luciano brings up a great point. I think the original Catherine Street project started in 2002, Mr. Tegeter? Yeah. So here we are 22 years later. This is quick for some of these projects. Go figure. Let me see where I was. So a lot of the talk, though, was about the rezonings. So they're looking for a rezoning up at the Contractors Registry. That is an actual rezone. They're looking for a rezone at Catherine that we're going to hear. The project over by Navajo Fields, the housing project, is looking for inclusion in the overlay district, which is a little different, but it could be looked at as a rezoning. Absolutely, Joanne, I agree. the one thing that does not need a rezone, and it's come up, and it's not before us for a rezone, is the recycling. Now, once again, we need to look at the recycling and look at it in the definition of what it was supposed to be, which was a household recycling plant. And then yesterday, we heard something a little different in the planning board meeting about it. So, you know, we are taking a hard look at that, and I've tasked Adam to get together with John Tegeter tomorrow to really start, you know, doing that. Hey, this is what it was. This is what is being proposed. Does this really fit into the zone? And if our zone is written incorrectly, we need to correct that. So I know Susan had asked, you know, are we thinking of a moratorium? No, they're already in the process. So I'm sure we could shut it down for a moratorium, but I don't think we're going to need that much time to get the code looked at and bring it in for a hearing.
And look,
and I will say that I've been listening in the room, and I think I know how that public hearing is probably going to go, at least from the people that are sitting here tonight.
And look, it was.
We should record it.
And look, it was revealed last night. We got some actual numbers in terms of tonnage. You know, about how much recycling debris from construction debris and how much household recycling would actually come up and down Route 6 on a daily basis. And this came from the applicant, and he said it's going to be about 600 tons of recycling debris, of construction debris, and about 200 tons a day, 800 tons. So, you know, we are looking, you know, at everything. We do hear you, you know, just, you know, but we have to go through the process. And going through the process is how we found out that they're looking at 800 tons a day of up and down 6. You know, so we, you know, that was, I think, a little shocking for me as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sergio did a really good job with math.
So that's where we're at. So Ed.
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna pop around. JV, Charlie, definitely volunteerism. I see it every time I'm there. Not only that, patriotism. You know, I don't question that, and it's never questioned. We do hear you. You know, we don't discount it, and we have been working with Assemblyman Slater on Route 6 and trying to get some improvements there. You know, and that's a big part of this. There was, you know, there was mention about like the sewers, and I think that's where I'll have Dan come up talking about the sewers for the Toll Brothers. Although we're going to have the public hearing on that still today. Maybe, you know what, we'll wait to the public hearing and we'll address that. But you know, there are asks. They've already done what's called an INI study. So what was happening is water was getting into the sewer system, regular water, groundwater, whether it was rain, seeping in. So one of the requirements that was put on them is they would need to reduce that by 1.5 of what they would be adding to the system. So there are checks and balances to make sure, and they did find approximately 1.5, I think it might have been 1.6 times the amount of water that's projected to come in through their sewer. So a lot of that stuff is looked at, and once again, that's part of public hearing stuff, and you might not get it courtesy of the floor. AMS, their book is more like Atlas Shrugged than a short story. It's huge, and you know what? It's important work, but I am not going to be able to pull every fact out. I was reading it on screen, and every 10 minutes I had to stand up and walk away because I was getting wonky from looking at it so much.
You mean it wasn't exciting?
It was thrilling. I was on the edge of my seat. It just hurt my eyes.
Exhilarating, right?
So you know, you'll see some of that. And Dwayne, you know, I appreciate your comments very much, and I would say that I don't think, did Dwayne leave? Oh, there you are. I would say that we wouldn't be sitting here, I don't think you'd be sitting here, I don't think anyone would be sitting here if they thought it was falling on deaf ears. I know you want to hammer the point, and that is fine, but once again, I'll go back to, I do have one side of this looked at, but we haven't brought the people in for their public hearings to hear their side, to hear what they're projecting, what they're doing. And then I will say, I think the number 600 housing was used for the over there by Juan, but Juan, it's only 500 only. But that's what they are. You ever hear the saying "shoot for the moon"? That's their big dream. That's what they're shooting for. And I had asked some specific questions earlier with AMS about what your other plans look like. And what are those numbers? So those will change, and they are required to look at different things. And when we start looking at the groundwater, when we start looking at the traffic studies, when we start looking at trees, people need to look at this, and some of them even start doing it beforehand. I know John spoke with a contractor who came by to see me this afternoon after a meeting with him, and he had proposed to cluster, which would give him more, but less impervious surface, less disturbance in wetland buffers, less disturbance on ground. And on the ground, he's like, what do you think about that? I said, less is better, less is more, and that was important. But we speak about, what does this do for our community? Sergio had a great point, and he said the costs go up, contracts go up, labor goes up. With that, you have your price for gas, your price for heating, your price for roads, for asphalt. Asphalt is I think $60 a ton more now than when I started on the board, which is not that long ago. It's only 9 years. That's a lot of money, $60 a ton. For asphalt, just for the ground. So, we spoke about use of ambulances. We need to add to our ambulance corps. We need a fly car. We need more advanced life service. Our police department. If we keep everything flat in development without an increase in taxes, where do you think that money ends up coming from? Raising taxes. So there's a balance. There's an absolute balance, and we really need to consider these things. Our police, for the amount of square miles they cover, they cover a lot of territory compared to some of the other. I think Bronxville is 1 square mile for the whole town, and so our guys have a lot of territory. They do a great job. They can't be everywhere, as we heard with the Glassberry group about the traffic over there. They're not going to be able to catch everyone. We're looking at some automated ways to help. The chief and I have had some meetings with some companies that maybe will help in this situation. When we're ready to bring it before the town and the board, we'll have a company come in and we'll look at that. But we really want to make sure that we look at that safety and look at the savings for your tax dollars and what we can do to not really raise everything through the roof. And Susan, I apologize about the summer hours. I did not, I had it on my form. I guess I did not read it when we were starting that in July. I will say that I think that you must have just come a couple minutes after 2, because I think our departments close at 2. On Fridays, not 1. So, but all of our departments except the clerk's office during the summer will take a half-hour break instead of an hour break, so they could gain, and no break on Friday, and they'll take those 2 hours, and we close the buildings early for that. On our some of our other services can't do that, such as water. They do come in earlier during the summer because of the heat. Parks and Recreation, but those hours are here for Town Hall. For the Fieldstone, I can tell you the party space was not a rental party. It was the owner throwing a party. I was actually invited, and he was doing that in support of someone. But there was that was him doing that, and the other person, I believe, brought the food, but there was no party space rental. And the other violations, when I spoke to John Landy, he said they were working through them. The renovations were not complete, so he couldn't finish things. So I'll follow up with him in the morning. So we talked about Glassberry, and I think we're going to be able to talk about the plumbing, the sewers, and the pump station at that point. Let's see. Somers, yes. You know, as you know, Michael, I am very upset about Somers. About the way Somers is being treated in this by them. I've made that comment many times. I have spoken with Rob Scarano. I know how he feels. I'm sure when there's a public hearing, if it moves to that point, we will be able to get that. Yep. No, I just think that we do not discount our neighbors and just say, well, they don't count because they're not Yorktown. Absolutely not. So hopefully we get that resolved. And then there was one other thing, which DOT behind the solar farm. Actually, they did not notify us about being out there. I will say that one of the projects that wants to come onto that side of town, because there's been a lot of talk of the water and the groundwater and the way that the outlets run there, is doing a drone study of the area and getting some video and some film and close-ups. I have arranged to be there with Sergio, and Dan, I'll talk to you about joining us on that, because our PD was going to do one in the end of the month, but they're doing the other one sooner, so it might be more beneficial to get it done sooner rather than later. And then I'll talk to our PD drone expert. If I still think there needs to be a second one done, we'll get that done on Sunday the 28th. But we're going to take a look at that. I know they did trap a beaver that was damming up in the area. I know he's your neighbor, so you can talk to him about that. But there are a multitude of issues there, and we keep going. And I also asked the mall to get into their culvert, because Dan almost went swimming in the river there the other day, or the stream, and got some phenomenal pictures of some issues that need to be taken care of. And we passed those on to the mall, and they have their contractor coming out to get that repaired and open up a little more of that. I know that doesn't solve the groundwater coming down from Putnam. I will talk to Mr. Paganelli again about that. I know there was one area where it actually ripped up the road over by the deli, and you could see the damage that some of that's doing, but we need to figure out a way to pipe it into our system and into the lake, which, if we don't open up that lake more, just exacerbates the problem. So, but we are definitely working on that. And Anthony, I was walking my dog the other night, and almost got clipped by a car coming down the street kind of fast. And I wear reflective gear, and I wear like a little neck thing that looks like it's out of Star Trek that has the lights on it for safety. And sometimes people just aren't paying attention, which is a shame. So if you're listening and you drive, or you have kids that drive, please be aware of people out there walking. Right?
I have seen them with that on, by the way.
Yes. All right, guys. We good to move on?
I think you've addressed everything. Juan, I didn't know. So you sure they were behind? We'll talk offline, but you sure they were in the solar farm area? Because I reached out. Yeah, I reached out to DOT this morning. We've been playing telephone tag.
Bring that offline. We can't have the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm just addressing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think I'm good.
I'm good too.
All right. We shall move on.
Let's do it.
We have a lot to move on to.
We do.
Let's do this.
Wait. You guys kept us here. You can't leave yet. You got to stay for the hearings.
It's the fun part.
What do I do with my, oh, right here? All right. So we're going to convene. We're going to, yeah, we'll give a minute or two. Whoever wants to leave, if you get that opportunity to do so quietly, we'll give you a minute, though, to help out. Have a great evening. Get home safe.
What does this guy want?
You give me another.
Thank you, sir.
Grazie.
You know how I love getting three, you know,
Ed, you're not going to read this, are you?
You gotta read this?
I hope not.
I can read it for him.
Oh, you shouldn't have just.
How many shirts does he have?
Oh, they do it all the time. They put them back there and say, "Go put them up." So they all take them off. They come in, they put them on. They leave. They take them off.
I know.
Yeah, 100%. I'm glad that you fixed my computer problem. I put the wrong password in all day.
You know you're the one that created the password.
I know. I told him.
He's lucky I remembered. I remembered the piece he had wrong. He remembered the first one I remembered.
Need each other.
I got so many passwords in my head from everybody that I deal with. I don't even remember mine. Then
Know what I
I'm
do?
sitting here typing my password. I typed it 5 times. I couldn't figure it out.
You got locked out.
Right after I talked to you.
all right.
Okay, let's do it.
So for public hearings, we're going to convene a public hearing to consider the stormwater management wetland entry permit application received from Teatown Lake Reservation for the placement of geotubes used in the dewatering of dredged sediments. Who do we have from, when you come up to the microphone?
I like this guy. He's a nice guy.
Good evening, Tim Judge with Eco Assessment on behalf of Teatown Lakes Reservation. I've been handling the permitting for this project, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right. You want to go over the scope of the project, or would you like Dan to, or?
It's fine. So Teton Lake, one of the issues that's started to have been addressed is the rebuilding of the wetlands over in the southeast corner of the lake property, right around the lake, behind their headquarters. That wetland was rebuilt. There's a lot of sediment between the shoreline and Wildflower Island, and the hydrology of the lake itself, it's very, very shallow right in that area. There are 2 species of rare, threatened, and endangered orchids that are on Wildflower Island. There's a concern that invasive plants can get their way across the filled-in area of the lake, where it's very shallow, and that they would outcompete those ground orchids by blocking sunlight, so that we'd lose those 2 species of flower in that area. The other area that may get a little dredging is down in the opposite corner of the lake where the boardwalk is, to make sure the boardwalk is actually floating as opposed to sometimes being on the bottom. The material that's going to come out of the lake has been tested under a DEC protocol. It is listed as general fill, and so the material can come out. It doesn't need to go to a special disposal site. The way this works is there's a hydraulic dredge, which is similar to like a snow thrower. It has 2 augers and a pump, and it pulls the material from the bottom and sends it via a pipe into a geotube, which is essentially a geosynthetic fabric sock that holds the sediments back and allows the water to return back to the lake. We're looking to dewater in two areas. One is in the Blinn Road parking lot, and the other is in the Hidden Valley Meadow across Blinn Road and up the hill. The meadow itself has several invasive plant species in it and needs to be returned to a meadow itself. So we would actually set geotubes up there. Part of that is also running the pipes, which will take the sediment from the dredge unit up at across Blinn Road and up the hill to that Hidden Valley Meadow where it will be dewatered. Now, one of the tricks is how do you get the pipe across the road? Well, you have to cut into the road and put the pipe there. Understanding that we'd be touching the road twice and the need for a wildlife crossing that is below grade, we will be putting in a culvert. That culvert is a dry culvert. It's not going to be taking water, but that dry culvert will allow us to run the pipes. Once that portion of the project is complete, the pipes are removed, the culvert stays as below grade wildlife crossing for amphibians, reptiles, and small mammals. Sometimes even birds use them. So that's the general scope. We're going to restore the meadow. There's a planting protocol in place. There's lots of little different steps in there, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the general project.
I have seen this before. We had a project on Broad Street. The only question I have is you taking all of the soil? Are you taking all the soil and moving moving that across to the meadow, or is some of it being put back in, or is some being taken out?
Some is going to be used. A chunk will be used on the meadow site. Some will be dewatered in the Blinn Road site. So if we go, that's the site between Blinn Road and the lake itself. That's that parking lot area there. There are some other uses of that material. It's fairly sandy as opposed to silty.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why there's really no issues with contamination, because it's not highly organic. So, things like pesticides and whatnot don't bind to the sand. So that will be used for trail enhancement and also for a couple of other future projects that that T-Town has planned.
So you're going to set up your own pile?
Yeah.
Good.
So Tim, basically, all the fill that you're taking out is going to be used on the property?
It's going to be used on T-Town's property.
Perfect.
It might be used at some of their
I gotcha.
adjacent
I
sites
gotcha.
too. It's kind
You
of
don't have to truck any out?
yeah.
It's all staying?
We're going to try to avoid that.
Gotcha.
That's for sure.
Okay.
If it's required at some point, I do know a place where it can get trucked locally.
So I appreciate you. I know that you guys are putting in that new dry culvert. One of my concerns was you guys accepting responsibility for the maintenance for ongoing for life. And I am really, really excited about, I know you just alluded to it like very softly, about the projects that are coming to T-Town, which I won't get into now, but I saw a little bit of it last night at planning, and very, very nice, very impressed, and can't wait to see the finished product. I have no other questions for this project.
Luke?
No issues.
As long as Ken gives the okay, we're all right.
Well, let's have Dan
He's
jump
our
on
water
up
expert.
real quick. Wrong side of town for Ken's water.
He travels. He travels.
All right. I don't know, do you want to open it up to the public before I do my thing?
Well, just real quick, you've looked at the scope, I'm sure. They're getting the tree permit. Was there any tree work that was, because we spoke about the
I believe
geotube.
there's just a couple.
There are a few trees in the Hidden Valley Meadow that need to come out. There's actually a total of 9 trees. There's 10 listed. One tree is actually a single trunk with 2 larger central trunks, right? But it's one in the ground. The trees are in the process of dieback, so they're not going to be long-lived. And they really need to come out not only to space the geotubes there, but also the trees don't belong in the meadow. And that's what we're trying to do. One of the things is we're going to have a mowed area around the perimeter of that meadow to keep woody plants from coming back into the meadow itself. So it's going to be primarily wildflowers and grasses.
All right.
Great.
Well, then let's open for public comment. Does anyone want to speak on the T-Town project? Going once, going twice.
You didn't know that they all attended the camp there? It's fabulous.
Ken wants to bid.
I feel like this is when I ask my students.
There you go. All right.
Listen, count your blessings.
This never happens to.
Then can I have a motion to close?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thanks, Tim.
That had to be the easiest
So,
public
don't go anywhere.
So we're just going through there. There's one major correction on page 1. On the 3rd paragraph, the total amount of fill that's coming out of this is 12,000 yards.
Not 200 cubic
Correct.
yards?
Yeah,
Okay.
12,000.
All right, so we do have a draft T-Town dredging project resolution for consideration. Oh, I keep trying to use that as a pen.
You did that last
Throw,
week.
throw that away.
Would you like me to read it?
No, I got it.
So there's
Thank you,
some moving parts to this in terms of just making sure we've got all the comments addressed from the various agencies. But built into this resolution is a seeker negative deck, which Tim needs to follow up on the permits he needs from DEC. They need to know that we've concluded our seeker review.
Well, let me read this then and see what the board thinks. Okay.
Okay.
All right, whereas T-Town Lake Reservation applicant applied to the town board of the town of Yorktown for a tree MS4 stormwater management and wetlands permit pursuant to chapters 270, 248, and 178 of the town code of the town of Yorktown respectively. And whereas the applicant proposes to dredge east corner of T-Town Lake to maintain the existing channel between Wildflower Island and the shore and prepare an existing parking lot for the placement of geotubes. And whereas the action will require more than 5,000 square feet of land disturbance and require the placement of fill in excess of 12,000 cubic yards and dredge a lake, and whereas pursuant to Chapter 248 of the Town of Yorktown Town Code entitled Stormwater Management and Erosion and Sediment Control, a stormwater permit is required for the proposed action in which the Town Board of the Town of Yorktown serves as approval authority. And whereas pursuant to Chapter 270 of the Town of Yorktown Town Code entitled Trees, a tree permit is required for the proposed action based upon the representations of the applicant that no protected or specimen tree will be damaged or removed. And whereas pursuant to Chapter 178 of the Town of Yorktown Code entitled Freshwater Wetlands, a permit is required for the proposed activities within a lake, and whereas the applicant has submitted a Town of Yorktown MS4 stormwater management permit, application number FSWPP-53-23, dated October 2nd, 2023, and whereas the applicant has submitted a long-form environmental assessment form, EAF, dated September 11, 2023, which was circulated for coordinated review pursuant to SECRA, and whereas the town board referred the application to the involved boards and agencies and received and considered the following memoranda from Conservation Board, November 15th, 2023, and May 15th, 2024. New York City DEP, November 14th, 2023. Tree Conservation Advisory Committee, October 26, 2023. Planning Board, November 14th, 2023, and May 22nd, 2024. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, December 19th, 2023. I actually read the memo earlier, so I knew that. Whereas the proposed action has been determined to be an unlisted action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act, SECRA, and whereas, God bless you, the town board has considered all reasonable related long-term, short-term, direct, indirect, and cumulative environmental effects associated with the proposed action, including other simultaneous or subsequent actions, and determined that the action will not have a significant adverse impact on the environment. And now, therefore, be it resolved that a negative declaration pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act, SECRA, is adopted, and be it further resolved that the following plans and documents are approved subject to the below-listed conditions. Plans entitled Teatown Lake Dredging, prepared by WSP USA, Inc., dated April 2024, 9 sheets. Echo Assessments Responses and Transmittal dated May 7th, 2024, and responses to New York City DEP. Comments prepared by Carolyn H. Saxon dated March 4th, 2023. Be it further resolved that the stormwater and tree permit shall automatically expire upon completion of the work, and be it further resolved that the wetland or stormwater permit is granted subject to the signing of the plans by the town supervisor and shall be valid for a period of 3 years from the date of the resolution, and that all work associated with the permit shall be conducted in a strict compliance with the approved plans. And be it further resolved that the below listed conditions must be completed within 6 months of the date of this resolution, or shall become null and void unless an extension is requested by the applicant in writing within said 6-month period and granted by the town board, and conditions that must be met prior to the supervisor signing the plans. Final reports from the town engineer shall be submitted to the town board, which shall ensure that all outstanding comments have been satisfied and shall also address resolution conformance. Prepare a notice of intent to obtain coverage under the stormwater general permit for construction activity. A construction monitoring fee in the amount of $1,500 must be submitted to the engineering department clerk. An erosion and sediment control bond or other collateral acceptable to the town board and in the form acceptable to the town attorney shall be submitted to the engineering department. Said security shall be in the amount of $2,500, which shall be released upon required documentation of satisfactory completion of all work and stabilization of the site. Provide correspondence from the New York City DEP that all comments in their November 14, 2023 letter have been addressed. Obtain the permits required for the pond dredging from the New York State DEC. Conditions of the stormwater, wetland, and tree permit that must be met during construction. The applicant agrees to allow periodic inspections by the town and its consultants. No additional disturbances or modification to the approved plans is permitted without prior written approval from the town engineer. A pre-construction meeting with the applicant's contractors and the town staff must be held prior to the commencement of work. The applicant must contact the town engineering department at 914-962-5722 extension 220 at least 72 hours in advance of the meeting date to schedule the pre-construction meeting. All trees to be cut or pruned must be clearly marked in the field in accordance with all the approved plan prior to the pre-construction meeting. The entire scope of work is shown in the engineering plans referenced herein. No additional land disturbing activity of any kind shall be permitted without the issuance of a new permit by the appropriate approval authority. No further changes to the existing site topography shall be permitted, and no protected trees shall be cut. The guidelines contained in the New York State DEC standards and specifications for erosion and sediment control, latest edition, shall be followed. At the end of each workday, soil stockpiles shall be covered. If not worked on for more than 7 days, stockpiles shall be seeded or mulched with a silt fence around the perimeter. No soil storage outside the limit of disturbance line is permitted. The road in front of the property must be kept broom clean at all times. A copy of the waste manifest for materials exporting from or imported to the site shall be provided to the engineering department. The applicant or their representative shall notify the engineering department prior to the backfill of any underground stormwater management practices. The engineering inspector will confirm the required improvements have been satisfactorily completed. The applicant shall provide video documentation of pre-construction road conditions to ensure pavement restoration to pre-construction condition upon project completion, and conditions that must be met after the project completion. The applicant or his representative shall submit a construction completion certificate to the town engineer. The engineering department will then perform a final inspection to confirm the required improvements have been satisfactorily completed. The applicant will be notified of any discrepancies from their approved plans or if any work is not acceptable. A final site survey showing as-built conditions shall be provided to the engineering department. Provide a printed copy and in PDF format. When area is stabilized and erosion control practices have been removed, the applicant shall notify the engineering department and schedule a final inspection. All right. You guys want to accept this and let them get on their merry way?
I think I'm ready.
Yes.
Can I have a motion to
Motion.
accept?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Dan, if you could make the correction and submit it to the clerk's office.
Yeah.
Tim, good luck with the project. I look forward to seeing it as it goes. I'm really,
Don't hesitate to reach out if there's any questions.
yeah, really interested to see how you get get all the dirt up there. So,
Goes through about a 6-inch pipe. That's
wow. All right, we'll check it out. You're getting out to be at the mic. Thank you very much. Oh, no problem. Thank you. Have a great
Thank
night.
you.
Good luck on the project.
Take care, Tiff.
All right. We will now convene a public hearing to consider the rezoning application from zoned RSP3 and R140 to RSP2 received from Toll Brothers, Inc. for property located at 2302 and 2448 Catherine Street for the purpose of constructing 118 age-restricted townhouses.
Good?
Joe Arena causing problems again?
Yes, yeah. That's why we brought him here. Well, while we're putting it up, good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. My name is David Cooper, a partner with the law firm Mazarin and Steinmetz, here representing the applicant Toll Brothers, who is the contract vendee on a 50-acre portion of the Field Home Holy Comforter property on Catherine Street. This is a zoning petition and a subsequent site plan application and special permit application to develop a 118-unit active adult townhouse community at the site. The proposal is, and we'll go through it in more detail because it is a public hearing tonight. The proposal is essentially a clustered subdivision and townhouse development. The rear of the property, which is about 14.3 acres, would be preserved as a conservation area in perpetuity through a restrictive declaration. And the field home building, which is part of the sale to Toll Brothers, would not be touched as part of this proposal, as the town board knows, but we'll get into detail tonight. The proposal is to keep the building and perhaps convey it to the town for a minimal price for the town's use in the future, but the building itself is going to stay. With me tonight is Kevney Moses from Toll Brothers, as well as Keith Diorio, also from Toll Brothers, and Joe Rena, who's been causing problems all night now. As you know, Joe Rena,
Hi, Joe.
the project engineer, you're well aware of who he is. We are here tonight on a public hearing, and so with the board's permission, we do want to go through the project. And I know it's been a long night, and so we'll try to be quick, but we do think this has been a process that started, I think, for us in about 2021. It's true. This is a site that initially was approved for 102 unit independent living senior facility. So this isn't a site that hasn't gone through a significant amount of study and has already been sort of on the development books. But we started with our petition, I think, back late in 2021. So there has been a very significant and long record that your board, the planning board, all of your committees and referral committees and outside agencies have weighed in on. So forgive us for being a little bit long-winded. We'll try to go through it quickly. But what I do want to do is turn it over to Kevney to take us through the proposal itself. One other piece of note, and I wrote this down as the public was speaking on various projects, but I do want to point out that is the board may remember when we first appeared before you back in 2021, we were proposing upwards of 130 units. This board, planning board as well, took a hard look at the density and took a hard look at the layout, and that's where we now have come to the 118 unit development. So the 118 unit development has been before your board for a bit because we got there after a process, but I don't want the board to forget or the record not to reflect the fact that this has been one of those processes where you've looked at the density, looked at the numbers, and have really worked with the applicant to get to the right number. So with that, let me turn it over to Kevin to take you through the site plan, a lot of the studies that we've gone through. We can answer some questions tonight. We heard some questions about traffic, et cetera, but we're here to answer questions before you open up to the public.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, and good evening, members of the public. We look forward to liaising with you this evening and listening to your comments and your concerns, as well as the board's. My name is Kevin E. Moses. I work with Toll Brothers, as David had stated, and we're thrilled to be here tonight and kick off this public hearing process. As David had mentioned, the plan has evolved a bit over time. And just to help orient people a little bit, which I'm sure you probably already know the town and the site better than I do myself. But to the west is Catherine Street, to the east is Field Street, to the north is Old Trompin, and
Kevin, you need to speak into the mic.
My
for
apologies.
TV. That's okay.
And to the south, obviously, is the existing rehabilitation facility. You'll also notice on the plan there is a large north-south wetland and watercourse corridor that lies within our conservation area. And I just wanted to point that out because I'd obviously received the one resident letter regarding access on Field Street. And if we were to come in on Field Street, the environmental disturbance would increase by large magnitudes.
I had a feeling.
I would venture to say an impossibility.
Yeah.
It also leaves that entire side of the site undisturbed, and again, in a perpetual conservation easement, which was something we had responded to from town staff comments. But going back before going forward, David alluded to this, but the project and its limits of disturbance have actually condensed over time, starting in, 21-ish, plus or minus. So again, about 130 units, we're down to 118. And in 23, during part of the environmental review, it was noted that there is an additional water course on the site that was identified. And in order to respect and honor that water course, the plan was further kind of curtailed, if you will, in its limits of disturbance. So the overall development footprint has been condensed. The limits of disturbance have been reduced. We do maintain the 118 density. We relocate the amenity complex to the south side the north end of the site, the downhill portion of the site, and again, added this conservation easement. So at present, there are two entrances on Catherine Street. The lowermost entrance, also the northerlymost entrance, is where our amenity complex is located. Second entrance, ingress and egress, is just uphill south on the page from there. You'll also notice that 2.5 acres approximately around the existing field home building are proposed to be subdivided. We'll get into that a little bit further into the presentation. I will try to keep this brief in the interest of everyone's time. Next slide. So benefits of the project. And I think, I've heard you guys allude to the balance of tax and development, right? And how that all fiscally kind of shakes out. And I think this project has a unique opportunity, certainly to imbue some financial benefits to the town as a consequence of the development. For one, this is an age-restricted project with no school children. And I say no school children because no one under the age of 19 is allowed to live in the development with how our restrictions are drafted. Those are in perpetuity, governed by the HOA, recorded at Westchester County. So there will be no school children. This meets a critical need identified in the comprehensive plan. I've heard a little bit about housing variety tonight, so I guess we could talk more about that. But certainly senior housing, This represents over $1 million of net annual tax surplus with no detriment to the school district itself. We are also paying full planning to. Obviously, this is something that is determined by the planning board a little bit later in the process, but we have proposed to pay full freight on our recreation fees, which amounts to $472,000, making an additional $150,000 contribution, bringing the total recreation, if you will, input to $622,000. As I had mentioned before, there is a nice on-site and robust amenity complex, which I'll get into more detail about a little later into the presentation. What that is going to do is really focus on the end user demographic of 55 and older, and it is also going to help reduce demand on town facilities. But biggest picture, this is obviously a parcel that has been in limbo for, what did you say, Ed, since 2002?
Yeah.
Long time here. And it's what is becoming a fallow and underutilized parcel of land. It's also owned by a nonprofit. I can't imagine that tax base is hugely beneficial either. So other updates and studies. To kind of give you guys a synopsis, we've been through a lengthy and fruitful process with town staff in analyzing the project, its impacts, its benefits, and everything in between. So at the direction of town staff to broaden our scope of study and make sure that we've really taken a hard look at this project, we have developed a recreation analysis, a stormwater analysis, tree survey, aesthetic resource analysis, which really talks more so about view sheds, and we'll get into that in just a little while here. A wetland and habitat analysis, a historic analysis. We've also done on-site and off-site I&I analysis that really relates to sewer capacity, which we can also get into. I would mention we do have a will serve letter for water, and a full long-form EAF. In totality, we're talking about 500 pages of material. And obviously a traffic study as well. Getting into recreation analysis, this study was actually completed in collaboration with the Town Parks and Rec Department. They've endorsed the analysis, the project, the proposed contributions. We've worked hard with these guys to get to the point where we are today, including members of the town board and their input who had a particular interest in this aspect of the project as well. So what this analysis did, it really expounds on the history of this field. There is a current lease in place. It expires, and this is a good thing to note, expires January of 2026. It studies the in-situ condition and quality and usage of the field, also what the potential loss might mean to the town, the recreation department, and obviously the kids, due to the decommissioning of the field. We also looked at what are some mitigation opportunities we might be able to integrate into our project. And again, with the recreation department, one area they thought we should really take a look at is the Hunter Brook Rec facility. So we analyzed the Hunter Brook facility, its in-situ conditions, the quality, the usage, what additional capacity might we be able to engender at that site. And I think it ultimately surmises that there is some improvements that could be made at Hunter Brook in order to mitigate the loss of the field at Catherine Street. Stormwater analysis. Again, we have our very talented civil engineer here, Joe Rena, who's been a huge help on this project. And he took a very hard look at the stormwater and grading for this project. And I think what Joe has come up with demonstrates realistic solutions for stormwater management practices integrated with our site plan layout. It was done in conjunction with a preliminary SWIP, a requirement in the state of New York. And based on the town's third-party review, we actually think we could make some small tweaks to this plan to further limit environmental disturbance, most in particular by reorganizing one of the stormwater practices to minimize wetland disturbance itself. I think that's something we can do. Tree survey, again, I'll be quick on this one, but we did a huge tree survey here. We looked at over 1,500 protected trees. The tree study was done within the town's requirements, all trees over 8 inches in caliper, all trees over 6 in the buffers, and alongside other mitigation measures, we believe that extensive proposed trees, native plantings, and several other mitigation practices can be employed to meet the mitigation criteria and requirements from our tree removal itself. So aesthetic resources. This again is kind of about view sheds, and there were 2 sites that we were looking to study to see if they were impacted by virtue of our development. One of those is the Sylvan Glen Nature Preserve, and the other is the Croton Aqueduct Trail. And as I'm hoping Joe is pointing out here, the Sylvan Glen Nature Preserve is actually across Route 202, about over a half a mile from our site. The Croton Aqueduct Trail sits just at the base of the foot of our site, which bottom left corner, Joe, in that graphic. So there's the Croton Aqueduct Trail, and then if you go to the top of that graphic, you'll see our homes. So there's quite a distance between the actual Croton Aqueduct Trail and our homes itself. But big picture, what we found is, again, Sylvan Glen is over a half a mile from our site and across 202. Within the view sheds of Sylvan Glen, which there's only a couple because you really have to hike to the top to the viewpoints at Sylvan Glen, those view sheds contain both residential and commercial uses, so we feel as though it's somewhat subjective as far as whether our site will really be detrimental to those view sheds given what's already there and the distance in between. And as far as the Croton Aqueduct Trail, there's over 40 feet of elevation change from that to the lowest level of our site. We've got dense existing foliage and vegetation to remain between the trail and our limit of disturbance. And we're proposing evergreen plantings in the mitigation areas and buffer areas to help further diminish any detriment to the view shed. We also sponsored a wetland and habitat study by ELS. And the habitat assessment essentially concluded that the proposed development would not result in any significant adverse impacts. Wetland encroachments would be fully mitigated on site with proposed conservation area, supplemented by further preservation of the wetland corridor itself. Both of these studies have been reviewed by the town's third-party consultant. As a result, our consultant went back on the site to revisit and minister to some of the comments and questions from that third-party study. Our consultant then prepared a response letter which has been resubmitted to the town. So the historic building itself, a lot of history here, beautiful building. And I just want to be emphatic in this. The building is proposed to be unaffected by our zone change petition and our project. Our proposal supposes the contribution of that field home building on approximately 2.5 acres to the town. An additional $150,000 cash contribution would be made by us, the applicant, towards the ongoing maintenance during that initial transition period while the town determines what is the best community use for that building. I would also just note that the pure contribution of the building itself comes, and that 2.5 acres comes with some value. Colliers Real Estate Consultants completed a broker opinion of value, estimating the market value of that building on the 2.5 acres of $1.35 million. As another alternative, which could be up for discussion, is some type of public-private partnership where the town would be able to both monetize the site and the building while also ensuring its future preservation, which we thought was an important part of the calculus as well. The report itself was done by Stephen Tilley, a well-known local historic architect. It analyzed the building provenance, its evolution, its historical eligibility. It evaluates, hey, how is the building right now? What's its in situ conditions, both from an infrastructure perspective, a facade, the interiors, et cetera. It identified some potential adaptive reuse scenarios as well. How could this building be used by the town in the future, so to speak? That report was also reviewed by the town's third-party historic consultant. They concluded that there is some viability in those proposed adaptive reuse options. Again, Those are not hard and fast things that the town has to do, but only things that they could consider for that building's future. I&I analysis, for those that don't know what I&I is, it's basically contributory water sources to a town's sewer system, right? So if a sewer system is designed to handle a certain amount of water, but then you got these, pardon me, fugitive sources of water coming into that sewer system, it can overload the system. So we did two things. We tried to see if there were any I&I sources on our own site stemming from our building. Minor, very minor sources were found on our site. We believe that those would be largely fixed just by virtue of redevelopment. But then we made a good faith effort to be a good partner for the town and sponsored and paid for an additional off-site I&I study. That study studied the manholes within Basin 11. So take, for example, if a manhole has a waterproofing cover that has eroded over time, water can get in there, right, and then ultimately into the sewer system, just as an example. So we, again, studied, I think it was 70-ish manholes within Basin 11 where the project site resides. Out of that study, we believe we have found about 60,000 gallons of I&I, which exceeds our 1 to 1.5 mitigation threshold for I&I. The town engineer is in receipt of our I&I study. We look forward to the completion of his review, which I know is currently underway. And with that study also came a budget to remediate the necessary I&I mitigation that was found, mitigation opportunities, that is. So we look forward to, again, hearing back from the town engineer on that study. So traffic, Colliers Engineering, Phil Greeley took a hard look at this project for us, and just I realized the study was done in 22, and people may be worried about, hey, how does the pandemic affect that? But I just want to be explicitly and expressly clear about this. Pre-pandemic multipliers were used as far as if Trader Joe's or other projects were incorporated. That I'm going to have to go back and look into to see if those were incorporated in his traffic study. I am going to let David pop in here in just 1 second. But generally speaking, we're happy to have Phil come in and speak to both the board and the public at our next meeting, should there be more in-depth questions. But generally speaking, so that people know, trip generation associated, by trip generation that really equates to traffic, right? How many people are coming in and out of the project on a given day? The trip generation associated with senior and age-restricted housing is generally much lower than non-age-restricted housing. The populace that is created by these developments are also lower because it's not families, et cetera. But the traffic generated by the project will not result in any significant changes in operations or level of service at the surrounding intersection. That doesn't mean that traffic will be reduced. It means that the levels of service, which is how traffic is measured as a best management practice within the state of New York, the levels of service do not decrease or degrade. Just want to make that clear.
Just to add a little bit, and Phil Greeley couldn't be with us tonight, so I'm assuming if there's another meeting, we can have him come by, but he had a conflict tonight. So, but just to add some numbers onto the empirical data onto the assumptions. So, whereas taking the ITE generation rates, so these are national and local studies that compile actual trip generations. They take counts of trips coming in and out of similar developments, whether it be senior housing, townhomes, or single family homes. You have a full blown study, and you get those numbers
Of existing places.
Right. Whereas a senior living or senior housing, like age restricted housing, generally generates between 14 to 19. This is 118 or 120 unit development. The ITE shows that it's about 14 to 19 trips in the AM peak hour, right? So in other words, either I think it's 7:30 to 8:30 AM that was studied, and I think 4:30, 5:30 PM, but obviously sort of commuting hours in and out. A senior facility like this is only anticipated to generate about 14 to 19 trips, whereas a non-age restricted development of 118 units generates about 40. Phil used the non-age restricted numbers, so about the 40 trips, 40 to 47 trips, and that still showed that the levels of service, which currently are either A or B at the intersections along Catherine, would remain A or B. So we're not talking about, even if this were a non-age restricted development, 118 units really being a major traffic generator. But if you were to that's a conservative estimate. If you're actually using this type of use with the demographic here, it's even going to be lower. So I know I know staff had looked at our traffic study. They also asked us for an update in a couple months ago. Colliers did submit its update. We'll try to have Phil here next time if that's what the board wants, to answer any specific questions. But I just wanted to go through that. Was that? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, David. Just a few more slides here. Conceptual architecture, just to give everybody a look and feel for what we hope this project could be, depending on how this process continues. Again, we'll have 2.5-story, 3-bedroom townhomes ranging from 2,400 to 3,000 square feet. All of these homes would be obviously offered with a master down floor plan, which is in line with that 55-plus demographic. There would be 2 car garages and 2 driveway spaces. And the reason there's 2,400 to 3,000 square feet is that while this still is a age-restricted development, obviously families come for the holidays. Many people 55 and older are still working. In the post-pandemic world, a lot of the workforce has remote flexibility, meaning the need for a home office, flex space, et cetera, a fitness room. That's the real reason for those square footages. The market desires it. Next slide. Again, lastly, we will have a robust amenity package here, again, in line with the 55 and older demographic. We've got a pool facility, a clubhouse. Clubhouse will have a fitness center, social spaces, HOA spaces, et cetera. A nice outdoor lifestyle area, so the lounge area, fire pits, et cetera, adjacent to the pool. We will have pickleball courts, a centralized mail facility, all encompassing, which really creates a nice community culture and place for people to connect and congregate and enjoy the community. I'm going to let David pick it up here for next steps and a few other things. So thank you so much for your time. Again, we look forward to hearing from the public and the board and next steps.
Thank you.
Those make me say next steps, and that's how it works. But we did think it was important just to summarize sort of the procedural posture here, as we would say, just so that the public understands. So your board is serving as the secret lead agency, as you know, studying both the rezoning and the subsequent development that's proposed, 118-unit townhome development. That's with a substantial referral over to the planning board, which we spent months, in fact, almost about a year before the planning board developing the record before we came back to you with a recommendation, as well as input from all your, as I said before, committees and involved and interested agencies. The next step in the process would be a secret determination of significance, because before the rezoning petition could be voted on, secret needs to be completed. So what's before your board, along with the SECRA, is the request to rezone the property. Right now it's in a split zone, R140 as well as RSP3. We're asking to rezone the entire parcel into the RSP2, as well as, well, rezone it into the entire RSP2, but we know that a condition will be to preserve the 14.3 acres of conservation area as well. But so after SECRA is completed, the next step for your board would be a vote on the proposed zoning amendment. At that point, if that were to occur, then we would move forward with the planning board and the site plan process. So there's still another sort of full step after your board, as you know, before the planning board. But right now, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We're in the public hearing stage, so I'll cede the floor, and you can open up the mic for public comment, and then we can come back and answer any questions if you'd like.
Perfect.
All right, why don't we open for public comment at this time? You could just approach, line up, please introduce yourself, same as courtesy of the floor, except no time limit. Sure.
Hello again.
Hello.
Again, Karen Bobay, President of the Condominium Board of Managers. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again about this project with you. And I would love to have some of the questions that I posed earlier addressed, particularly about the density and the rezoning, which really, I did bring up the issue of currently zoned for 52 single-family homes. And so I'd like it to be addressed how that can be brought to 118. I think that would be my first question.
Sure. Do you guys want to? Okay, you want to do it at the end?
It's up to you.
Yeah. Well, why don't we get them and then you could address at the end? That would be great.
Okay, great. Would love to know what consideration has been given for Glassbury Court in terms of noise pollution, lighting that might disturb our community, construction debris. We power wash our community once a year. We're in the middle of doing that right now. We'd love to talk to Toll Brothers about doing some power washing in our community to mitigate the debris and the dirt that's going to be created by the construction during the construction process. Wondering about the hours of operation for the construction. Again, talking about noise pollution. In terms of entrance and egress and exit, many of my homeowners have questions about why it has to be in the location that it's in on Catherine Street. You addressed Field Street. I think people might like to hear why Old Crampon Road is not a consideration as well, where there is many less homes. Lighting could be very much a disturbance. The driveway, the entrances and exits, headlights into the backs of our homes. Did a little bit of research. It would be nice to see lighting that was limited to 15 and 18 feet in height and down lighting perhaps instead of horizontal lighting. Would be interested in hearing about how you would like to mitigate the noise during construction. You have a 24-foot opening for your two entrances, I believe. Those are directly behind homes at Glassbury Court. We'd like to discuss some landscaping opportunities to help with noise mitigation, perhaps something, 35 feet in length that would cover that 24-foot driveway. Love to talk about the water rate because Glassbury Court pays double the water rate. We were told it was because we were out of district. We were never given any other real viable reason for that. That was discussed for several years at the beginning of our community. I'm sorry. The water rate that we pay is double of what the rest of Yorktown pays. We were told at the time of the community that the community was built. Prior boards had investigated that, and they were told it was because we were out of district. No other plausible reason given. Will this project be subject to the same water rate that we pay? We're Yorktown taxpayers as well. I'd love to have that addressed. That's really not your question. That's your question.
I'm sending myself an email for tomorrow morning.
I do that as well. Your beautiful amenity complex. Your pickleball courts are going to be right next to our homes. Wouldn't it be nice to put the amenities complex in the middle of the community, or perhaps flip the clubhouse and the pickleball courts so that those of us that are right there on Catherine Street don't listen to those pickleballs all night? Perhaps hours of operation for the pickleball courts that would be appropriate. And I do want to go back to the traffic study. I just don't think that we're being realistic about the current traffic situation on Catherine Street. It is an absolute, I know people talked about young people and speeding. It is an absolute cut through to avoid Route 202. Catherine Street is in such a state of disrepair. I'm sorry Mr. Pagnelli's not here tonight. I know him well from other venues, other opportunities I've had to work with him. We've asked for years. We have inadequate curbing, the road is in disrepair, the drainage along that road is horrible. It's hard for any of our residents to see how it could support construction vehicles over an extended period of time without some amelioration of that road. And I really would love to discuss an updated traffic study. We do now, as someone else mentioned, we have Chipotle, we have Taco Bell, we have Wendy's, we have Popeyes. We're going to have Walgreens pretty soon. We have Trader Joe's, Starbucks, Lowe's, BJ.
BJ's was involved in that.
The traffic on 202, I just don't, with all due respect, we live there, and people avoid 202 by cutting through Catherine Street, day and night. Trucks, shifting gears, very loudly. Just looking over my notes. School buses, yes.
Well, folks, if we could leave it for Karen, thank you. Bye.
I'm sure you're aware that we're very near Walter Panis High School, so that might be where some of our, we've had comments about. Well, we're very near, I'm sorry, I'm trying to speak to everyone.
If you direct towards the board, they'll get their notes and
Got
they
it.
could hear.
Okay, great. Walter Panis High School is right near our community as well. That contributes as well. It's a little bit of a racetrack on Catherine Street. I just didn't see anything in the traffic study that had addressed that. And again, it was back in 2022, prior to much development on the 202 corridor. And so I just think that perhaps we need to take another look. We can disagree whether or not it's been a realistic look or not, but we would appreciate a discussion of an updated traffic survey. I think that's enough for tonight.
All right.
Not to say there might not be more.
Sure. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing your concerns.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Pat Lecce, and I live at Glassbury on Catherine Street. And I find it hard to believe that there is in some way that there couldn't be another entry on Field Street to take all of that traffic off of Catherine Street. My second question is, how many trees are going to be cut down? Does anybody have a number?
They'll all be addressed at the end. He'll address all the questions at the end.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
me.
I'm Jane Daniels. I'm a resident off of Stony Street. I'm well aware of the traffic on 202, but I have another thing I feel needs to be addressed today. Okay, I've lived in Yorktown since 1971. My husband and I have been active in the town, and we want to stay here. But unfortunately, even though we bought our house in 1971, the price of the housing has gone up. Yes, we can sell our house, but we refuse to buy a house or a condo that happens to be costing more than what we would get for a sale. You mentioned that you're going to have, and the other proposed developments, luxury apartments for over 55. Maybe some of us don't want luxury apartments. We want ones that are smaller because we're downsizing. Yes, we might have family coming, but guess what? Some of them can sleep in a sleeping bag and a foam mattress on the floor. My couch at my house, one of my grandkids, and I only have 2 of them, they argue who gets the comfy couch and who gets the inflatable bed downstairs, okay? I think that you need to realize that these 2,000 plus size houses might not be what people want, and there's nothing in between the income restricted and these luxury places that you're all talking about building. How about some 2-bedroom places? It'd be really nice to have that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
My name is Jim Hanna. I live in Glassbury. I have a question to the board. I thought the New York State law was in a 55 and over community, you can only have 2 bedrooms in a house.
We'll address at the end, but we'll have our lawyer address it.
He's proposing 3. And if you have 3, that means you're going to have 2 other people in the house, which I understand they have to be 19 and over. Do they have to be relatives of the owners?
We'll address at the end, because they also have homeowner restrictions.
Because if they're not, they could have children. And then what? Okay.
We'll address at the end. Thanks, Jim.
Hi, Richard Linkowski. I'm also a resident of Glassbury.
Sorry, say your name again, sir.
Richard Linkowski.
Hi, Richard.
Hi, Richard.
Good evening. I have a question concerning the existing historic structure. I don't understand why Toll Brothers would be so kind as to give the town a piece of property valued at $2 million. Would the town be willing to accept this money, what could be a money pit? And they also mentioned that they had ideas possibly where you could monetize it. How would the town monetize this structure? Thank you.
Glassbury Court, Pat DiMattia. The gentleman from Toll Brothers talked about prior approval for, and this is a density question, prior approval was given for construction of housing on this land. But the approval, I think, was made for progressive people in our state in a progressive way to go into the home and, then depart and get your money back. You're building 3,000 square foot housing, 113 or 116 homes, doesn't compare to what the home was originally planning to do and make it for people in a progressive manner. So I don't think we're talking about the 152 approval or whatever the number was. What was your number? The approval rate. 130. So you compare 130 against
Sir,
116.
Yeah. You need to speak into the mic so we could hear you.
You're comparing 130 to 118, but we're talking about 3,000 square houses now versus what the original plan was for much smaller housing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Lynn.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Briggs. I'm the chairman of the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission. And as the Yorktown's recognized advisory board charged with protecting the town's historic resources, the clerk office asked us to provide comments to the town regarding this rezoning proposition. So here are our comments. The field home is indisputably historic. This fact has been affirmed by an historic preservation consultant study and a restoration architect assessment. So in our view, historic protection should be considered at both the local, state, and federal levels. Number 2, our commission recommends that the town board hold off on any rezoning of the entire parcel until the board knows how the field home will be used. Considering the adaptive reuse options that have been proposed, such as the work live here, the make here, and the work here, and there are probably many others, since we do not know its ultimate use. Rezoning it to senior citizens district restricted to 55 and older, in our humble opinion, makes no sense at this time. Number 3, we do not encourage or agree to the field home being owned or managed by the town. The Bernstein House and the Yorktown Railroad Station are examples of town-owned historic properties where town stewardship was and is neglected, or certainly very challenged, for a whole host of reasons. Number 4, to this end, the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission recommends that a stakeholder group, working group, be formed to explore the options and create the framework for a master plan to historically protect the structure and define its future use. We suggest that this working group should include subject matter experts from the following disciplines and specialties, including but not limited to real estate analysis, arts and culture, restoration architecture, adaptive reuse, housing, historic preservation, heritage tourism, economic development, and sustainability. And number 5, and most importantly, we urge the town board not to move forward without a plan for the field home's future, including ownership, zoning, historic preservation protection, adaptive reuse, funding, tax implications, revenue, what the master plan is, schedule, who's going to manage it, accountability, and enforcement provisions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Maura Gregory. I live in Mohegan Lake. As I said before, I'm a member of the Yorktown Community Housing Board, but I'm here speaking for myself and not for the board. Hi. So we have a housing crisis, as we've been talking about tonight, in New York, Westchester, and Yorktown. We also have an affordability crisis in New York. I've heard members of this board complain about the loss of population because of the affordability crisis. Every time one of these housing proposals comes before you, you have an opportunity to do something about it. The 2 proposals that have been discussed tonight are all high-end market rate. This is something that we, and you particularly as government, have an obligation to address, to create affordability. What can you do to create affordability? What can you do to create affordable housing? I know Mr. Lachterman doesn't believe in set-asides. What you stated earlier in response to my earlier comment, I'm just going to say I think that's inaccurate. It's not the state of the law at all. But let's say that's what you believe. It is what you believe. It's your opinion. What else can you do? Is there something that you can do here? Have you looked at that? Have you looked at the AMS proposal for contractors register to see what is it that you can do to address the affordability and the housing crisis in this area? Because we have a big one. The field home might actually be a way to help here. You know, back when the planning board, Yorktown's planning board, was using SECRA law to mitigate the effects of high-end housing. Okay, so under SECRA, the cost of housing is one of the things that needs to be considered. And whenever a housing proposal came in that the planning board found would increase the price of housing in town, they required the developer to mitigate it. And one of the things that they could do is create some affordable housing as part of that project. They would come to us on the housing board and we would work with them on designing what it would look like. It wouldn't have to be one of the 2.5-story, 3,000 square foot, 3-bedroom homes. It could be smaller. It could be designed to be smaller and more affordable. So it's also less of an impact on the developer. Or you could look at the field home. You know, the field home was an old age home for poor people. The fact that it's now empty means that there's been a loss of affordable housing right there. Let's keep it affordable housing. Let's look at the field home and see if perhaps you could require the developer to turn that into affordable housing. These are ideas that the town board could be using to mitigate these crises. Please do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Maura.
Hello, Anthony Pichette. First question, well, I just want to back up what a couple other people said. I would like to, you responded to my comment and said this is the time to talk to the traffic advisor. I think this is what you meant.
Well, he'll be in on another one, as they
But
pointed out.
a
Yes.
meeting like this is
Yeah.
when he usually is here. He's just not here tonight.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
at the public
So there'll be another public hearing for him to speak, right? Okay, sorry. I know you can't respond. Apologies. A couple questions. Yes, in general, I'd like him to talk about how how it would affect traffic, because it doesn't make sense what's up there. I'm wondering if I'll ask this for everyone. I wonder if there's consideration for sidewalks in this development. I don't know if that is up there. It'd be nice to have.
Gentlemen, please have some respect for the speaker. Thank you.
I wonder if that is a consideration or if that's not cost effective. I'm wondering if there's, to deal with additional traffic, if there's alternate means to get in and out. Going way back when Sergio talked about a shuttle to go in and out, I wonder if that's a proposal that would be beneficial to people that live there. Once again, it would be beneficial to me, but I'm just one person. And I just want to echo, someone else mentioned that I know it might not be the developer's plan, but if the town could consider, having smaller units or more affordable units, and we talk about this too, if there is a possibility to have some of them designated for affordable housing, or just make smaller spaces, because even myself, if I was thinking about moving to a space like this, I would want to save money and spend less money in a space like this and make it more convenient and able to walk around. So, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Ann.
Phyllis DiMattia, I live in Glassbury on DePeyster Drive. There are 64 homes in Glassbury Court, just about half of what is being proposed for this new development. We almost all have 2 cars, okay? So for 118 homes, we could be talking at a minimum of 200 cars coming in and out on a daily basis. Not only are there cars driving around, and let me tell you, our development is busy. I can never leave the development without meeting other cars going in and out. We have 2 entrances on Catherine Street, DePeyster Drive and Dalton Drive. There are always people going in and out. We are busy people. I don't understand how you can say that it's not going to have a tremendous impact to have at least possibly 200 cars going in and out of Catherine Street all the time. In addition, every day there are FedEx trucks, Amazon trucks, UPS, all day long. Most people shop online, especially older people. These trucks are here every day, all day. How is that not going to impact Catherine Street? The corner of Catherine Street and Old Crampon Road is a treacherous corner, okay? First of all, it's downhill. You're going to have 2 exits on Catherine Street going downhill when everybody speeds up, when you really are pulling out and you really can't see people coming down. How is this not a tremendous issue to be considered for this number of homes in this development? It's not just 200 cars, maybe. It's delivery trucks all day long. And how many times a day do we hear first responder trucks going to the nursing home and the assisted living? A lot. They go all the time. So how is that going to be impacted with all this extra traffic and all these extra cars and vehicles and activity on Catherine Street? I think it is something that really has to be seriously considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Strauss, 58-year resident. I've got more than 3 minutes this time. I think the people of Yorktown are finally realizing about market rate and affordability. When I said things 2 years ago, 3 years ago, do you think Toll Brothers is going to come in? And I'm not talking necessarily over there. I don't know Catherine Street that well. I used to play soccer up at Panis, so I went up Catherine Street. I'm not talking about that. Do you think Toll Brothers is going to come into Yorktown and sell units for $500,000? There's no way. They're going to sell them for $1 million. And if they want to dispute it, and again, I'm not getting into a situation, they don't have to say what they're going to market them at. There is no rule, because I found that out. They're going to sell these 3,000 square feet. You think you're going to get that for $500,000? They're going to be $1 million. But the people of Yorktown are waking up. You as a board for the last 6 years have said, what about our seniors? Not you, Miss Howard, because you weren't here 6 years. What about our seniors? You were in Yorktown, but not on the board.
Okay.
What about our seniors? And you weren't either, but you were. What about the seniors? That's all they said. What about them? What can they afford to downsize to? But we don't want affordable housing. We just want something we can afford. You think there's a housing crisis? It's not for the $1 million houses. It's for people who can't afford to live here. That's where the affordable comes in. But that's another issue. People are waking up now to what I said 3 years ago. And I was told I spread misinformation when I said condos will be going for $1 million. And they are. And they'll go for $1 million too. Because the people over 55 can afford it, who are going to move in there. And they don't care whether they come from Yorktown or from Timbuktu, as long as they get the tenants. And you don't either. That's my opinion. As long as they get into those units. 254 units over in Navajo. You don't care what they sell them for. As a board. That's it. It's cut and dry. None of these. They're market rate. And the people are understanding this now. It's not affordable housing. It's whether you can afford it. And they don't care. As far as Catherine Street, I think the Toll Brothers probably does a great job. I think that Guillermo, he probably does a great job. But this is a disgrace what happened here. But you gave that into an overlay district, just like you're trying to do with the 254 over in Jefferson Valley. That is wrong. Because you're, objecting your responsibility and giving it all to the planning board. That's what you're doing with the overlay district. And that is wrong. Because the people can't get up and talk when it goes to the planning board like they can here. I thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan.
Good evening, Susan Siegel. It's been a long evening, and we still have another hearing to go. Right.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's, okay. This makes up for some of your short meetings, let's put it that way. All right.
Thanks.
Okay. I have, I'm asking the town board not to vote on any rezoning proposal until at least 3 issues that I'd like to bring up. Many people have brought up many other issues. I'd like to address 3 issues that I think need to be addressed before you are ready to vote on any rezoning. The future of the field home, sewers, and something that we haven't heard tonight, segmentation of the seeker process. Regarding the field home, it's clear the building's historic. It's historic and should be saved. That's not in dispute. It's also clear that the building is structurally sound and is a very good candidate for some adaptive reuse. But as of now, we have no idea what that reuse will be and who will own it, okay? So it doesn't make sense to rezone it as you're rezoning the whole parcel to RSP2 if that use is not going to be RSP2, and I doubt that it would be RSP2. We don't know what it would be, okay? Which is why I support the recommendation that Lynn Briggs from the Heritage Commission made to hold off the rezoning until and have the town form a committee to really study what the actual use can be. It's unfortunate that this kind of committee was not formed a year ago, because we've known about this project for over a year, okay? And we've known that the field home was going to be saved. Steve Tilley, the architect, and thank you for doing that very good study that confirmed that it is structurally sound. This could have been looked at before. Again, as Briggs said, the town's history of owning historic properties is not very good, and people who have been around here for a while know that. The Bernstein House was a sad, sad example. The railroad station, I think in my 54 years here, I think it's been rehabilitated twice, and it was rehabilitated now in a way that we can't find a use for it. So again, don't do anything until you know what you're going to do with the field home. Regarding the sewers, the manhole remediation plan that's proposed by Toll Brothers addresses only the anticipated sewage flow from the 118 units. And its assumption about how much the remediation efforts will reduce the I&I are based on estimates, only estimates, and those are the developers' estimates, not hard facts. What if the estimates are off? What if there actually is a net increase, not decrease, in the flow to an already burdened pump station? What if there's an increase in the stormwater runoff from the development that will only add to the problem, okay? And I'm sure the town board has already seen the letter from the Watershed Inspector General's office out of the New York State Attorney General's office, and they're very concerned about the runoff from the steep slope. Both the Toll Brothers estimates on the remediation measures and the Watershed Inspector General's concerns about the stormwater need to be evaluated by an independent outside engineer before the town board does any rezoning. Toll Brothers is well-known and a well-respected national developer, but that doesn't obviate the need for the town to have its own experts double-check its reports. Verifying a developer's findings are standard practice, and it's a practice that has forced many developers to modify and revise their original calculations. And I think even Toll Brothers had said that they have had to modify things based on additional input from the town. The town board also needs to consider whether the manhole deficiencies that Toll Brothers plans to address are the most significant causes of the I&I problem, or are they simply the least expensive and easiest remediation measures for Toll Brothers to do. I ask that because in 2020, when the town was under a DEC consent order to address the I&I issue, and it issued an RFP for engineering services to identify the sources of the I&I problem, manhole inspections weren't on the list. You can look at that RFP, okay? And the cost estimate at that time in 2020 to do the study to identify where the I&I was coming from was more than $700,000, again, in 2020 costs. Just the study, not even the remediation, okay? And in fact, the DEC rejected the town's RFP 4 times because it didn't adequately address how you're going to find the I&I problem. So since 2019, virtually nothing has been done to address the I&I problem, okay? Even as the town has approved many developments that have gone into the pump station, including some food service operations that are high water generators, okay? Finally, I'd like to address the segmentation issue that was raised in the Watershed Inspector General's letter. This is an issue that was raised also at last night's planning board meeting. This is not the time or the place to discuss the segmentation, which is a very complex legal issue. But considering that 3 board members, this may be the first time that you have to deal with the segmentation issue on seeker. I think more time. You have to spend more time to review the letters from the Attorney General, from the Watershed Inspector General, and also Toll Brothers' response, especially Toll Brothers' response that says, we've already done this in the rezoning and the site plan. Site plan and rezoning are two separate things, okay? And so the segmentation issue is something that's critical and has to be explored. So again, please don't do anything on the rezoning until you've addressed the field home, the sewers, and the segmentation issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan.
Any other comments right now? Well, it's
Anybody else for public comment?
hold on before
Okay.
we.
Okay.
Sir. I'm freezing. It's so cold.
So before I. Calvin, would you like to address, I saw you furiously writing.
Yes, I was trying to take as many notes as I could, and I will do my best to address as many of the comments as I can. So density and the rezoning, how do you go from 52 to 118? So obviously that would be realized through a zone change itself. The zone change would allow for that greater density. But the biggest thing here is that if we were to build 52 single-family homes on this site, the environmental disturbance would be greater. That is because 52 single-family homes, 40,000 square foot a home, they can develop that whole site, have pools, whatever they want, right? So the actual, it's somewhat counterintuitive, but it is actually factual that cluster developments produce less disturbance and fewer environmental impacts. In addition, this type of project fits in very nicely into what is outlined in the comp plan. The comp plan doesn't call for more single-family housing. It calls for diversity of housing stock and senior age-restricted housing, which is precisely why we brought this development to the front. Noise pollution, happy to talk with the Glastonbury Court folks about noise pollution, potential landscaping opportunities, placement of the pickleball court, a lot of these things. Happy to sit down. We can chat about that stuff. Hours of operation, no brainer. We'd love to limit the hours of operation for pickleball as well. Let's see, lighting. As a standard, we only use dark sky compliant lighting fixtures. That basically means there will be no light pollution going up, only down. Those fixtures would also be max 16 feet in height. I can't imagine they would be any higher, and I'd probably be comfortable going to 14. So happy to work with you on that stuff. I can't talk about the water rate, but I'm curious. And just like all the traffic related stuff, I'm not the expert. I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night, but I'm happy to get our traffic expert here at our next meeting, and we'll go through all those comments. Lastly, I did just want to point out, and I know our entrances are close, but if you look at the aerial, the entrances are actually downhill from the last home at Glastonbury Court. Again, the entrance is on Field Street. It's just a non-starter. There'd be massive environmental disturbance. Doesn't make any sense. Similarly, we don't have frontage on Old Crompond Road. We'd also have to go through the Croton Aqueduct Trail. Both, I'm sure, are non-starters. Unfortunately, Catherine Street is our only option. How many trees to be cut down? Don't have that. I was trying to bring our drawings up on my phone. Unfortunately, I don't have great service. I'm sorry. I will have that for our next meeting. Let's see here. There were some comments on 2-bedroom, not luxury. I mean, as most of you know, affordable housing comes private-public partnerships. This is a fully private market rate project. How would the town monetize the building was a question. I'm talking theoreticals and hypotheticals. I don't really want to get into it this evening, but things like an RFP process, long-term leases, et cetera. If you have more questions about that, happy to get into it at a later date. That's a broader conversation. Don't want to move forward on this project if it includes a rezone for the 2.5 acres around the historic building. I just want to put it out there. In fact, we'd be fine keeping it RSP3 as it is today, that 2.5 acres. I don't think it has to be rezoned. I think we're just seeking a rezone for the portion of the land we intend to build townhomes on.
Is that its own separate lot?
It would be. It's not currently. Currently, the site is bifurcated. So there's R140 and then RSP 3. 3 is uphill, R140 is downhill. And we're saying, hey, we're going to combine those two parcels, also at the same time subdivide, fillet off 2.5 acres around that field home building. We'd be fine if that 2.5 acres around the field home building stayed the RSP3 that it is today. So just as an aside. And time kills deals. That's why we can't wait. The project could sit for another period of time. Let's see here. Sidewalks in the development, there are none on the site plan right now. Something we can talk about, but really it's a decision I think that should be deferred to the people that would ultimately buy the homes in the community. And I can just tell you out of experience with our HOAs, sidewalks are a headache for HOAs. They become a maintenance burden. It's something they don't want to pay for. Our communities are very low traffic, very low speeds. People walk in the streets. Summit Estates in Mount Pleasant is a terrific example of that. So it's not just our preference is no sidewalks. It's our end users prefer not to have sidewalks.
Yeah, also when it comes to plowing, just the cost
Precisely.
of that is just for the sidewalks, and the hazard of them not being salted properly has been a big thing.
Exactly. Thank you. Lot here. Oh, perfect. I just wanted to note that this isn't the developer's I&I. The consultant that did the I&I is also the town's consultant. So I don't think they're going to pull the wool over the town's eyes. I just want to say that there was no malpractice in the I&I study, neither by Toll Brothers nor our consultant, who is also a trusted town consultant. Just want to put that out there. Yes, the consent decree has been in place since 2019, still outstanding because there haven't been a lot of solutions put in place. We went out of our way to advance solutions, find I&I, target the I&I, had nothing to do with the cost of implementation or mitigation. What could we do to find solutions the quickest? That was the charge. Finding solutions.
I will say that the I&I got put off on a shelf with COVID, as we did not know how much would be brought into the town tax-wise. So a lot of projects went by the wayside. So we knew, till we knew what our tax revenues would be.
Thank you.
You're good. He's got it. But just quick on the I&I, what the issue is adding more water into the system, right? And what I believe your engineer has said, based on the report, is that about 57,000 gallons that we need. Right. Yes. So it's, we would need to make sure that we could take out about 57,000 gallons of INI to ensure that the system can handle the actual sewage that's coming in. What the study showed was that we could take out about 60,000 of the INI. So that the actual sewage that's being added to the system, there's capacity for that as long as there's not more INI. So at the end of the day, when you take out the INI, there is capacity for what we're showing. Now, I believe Dan is still, your engineer is still reviewing that report. So obviously, I'm sure you want to hear from him, but.
He came upstairs knowing that I'd be calling on him.
There we go. What I would just add to what Kevin was saying about independent and third-party consultants reviewing our studies. Every single study that we've submitted has been verified by staff, by your consultants and your experts. Nobody's pulling the wool over the town's eyes because you guys have been looking at this since 2021. This isn't as if we're just telling you, hey, look, don't worry, there's only 14 to 19 trips and don't look at it. You guys have been looking at our traffic reports. When Colliers comes next month or at the next meeting, they can take you through that as well. The only other thing I wanted to clarify, I think somebody stood up and I think there was a misunderstanding with respect to two things. One is the original approval at the site. In other words, the original approval from 2000 or I think it was 2007. 2002.
I could be wrong.
That was for a 102 independent living facility, and probably attached or somehow connected with the existing facility that's there. That's not what I said. I mentioned that, but then what I was talking about with our original submission was 130 townhomes. That was reduced down to the 118. So just make that distinction.
I remember that.
Finally, I did hear the comment about segmentation. I spoke with your council. I've also submitted a letter. We also reached out to the WIG's office to sit down and meet. With all due respect, I do believe that from a legal perspective, the claim of segmentation here is off base. I just think with a review of the record here, you would see, there's over 500 pages in this record. That study, you not only studied the rezoning, but you studied the development itself as well. That's why it's not segmentation, because you're looking at the entire action. If the board were to say we're only going to be looking at the rezoning and we'll let somebody else do the CEQA review on the development and we'll do that later, that would be segmentation. But that's not what's occurring here. You've looked at both. You've asked your planning board for a year to dig into this. They've given you reports. You've asked every advisory committee you've got to give you reports. You've asked involved agencies, outside agencies to give you recommendations. They all have. This is a textbook example of a non-segmented review. That being said, we've reached out to the WIG, the WIG's office to hopefully sit down and look at the record and clarify. We're happy to do that. I haven't heard, just sent the letter today, so obviously I haven't heard back yet, but just want to put that out there. But obviously you can speak with your own counsel about the segmentation issue as well. So.
We have had the conversation, and so.
Yeah. Numerous.
Right. So with that, I'm assuming that the board's going to want to keep the hearing open.
Yep.
Our only request would be that it be on the 13th and not the 8th. I don't know if that's, you guys thought about that?
I don't think we could fit with the 8th anyway.
Yeah, okay, that was the.
Huh? I know. Yeah, he asked if we could have the 13th.
Only because.
Oh. That's a work session, so can we look at September 3rd?
I think I'd like Adam to comment on the segmentation thing.
Yeah, we could do that in a minute. Does September 3rd work for you guys?
Time kills deals.
The 8th, I'm sure, is going to be a busy night for you
8th
guys.
is, we already have. We don't have any room yet. We have 3 scheduled already.
Out of deference to the board, I will make September work.
I appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Kevin.
Thank you.
Adam?
Yeah.
You
So,
want-
go ahead.
Oh, go on. You want to talk about the segmentation?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with the notion that it's segmentation, and as I understand it, the Attorney General's office withdrew that objection.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Attorney General's office withdrew that objection because it was misplaced. So it's not an issue from my perspective.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarity.
All right. So, did you gentlemen have anything else right now? All right. So I will say that I do agree that we really should separate versus hold off everything. I know you have a deadline of January 1st of 26, is it? For it's earlier than that. Okay. All right. So that is definitely an issue. And look, you know, the bottom line is if we have to wait for another project, another 22 years, I don't know what the condition of the field home will be in that time, because they are not putting any money into it. I will say that, ironically, I explored some of the ideas about what the field home started as. I was out there probably my first week out of getting my operation. I think I came out to see you, Kevin, and walk the property and think about some adoptive uses. And I just had a conversation with Ken Belfour on what it was back in the day, and you know, would that fit and would that work? But you know, there's going to be a process to definitely find the right solution. And maybe it is housing. Maybe it is something that works there for, you know, for a 55 and older community in a smaller type apartment. I just don't think that that's what the Toll Brothers do, and you know, that we'll have to look at it. Susan spoke about, I think it was Susan, yes, spoke about the both the railroad station and the Bernstein House. The Bernstein House, that's what I'm scared of this house becoming, another Bernstein House. By the time it gets to a point, it's gone. And, you know, fortunately the bones, you know, I've been in that building a lot of times over the years, and the building is a lot better than I thought as I started snooping around with Kevney and we really walked the whole property. But time will kill everything. Not only the Bernstein House, the Wyant House, you know, we've seen it all through our town. The railroad station, you know, it's unusable right now for purposes we can't find someone, because I think some of the limitations of landmarking become an issue with it and what you could do. One of the biggest problems I think we have there isn't so much that, although I know we're looking at something arts and cultural there. Jim Materano's been meeting with someone on it, but I think we deal with a lot of vandalism down in that area, and that's probably one of the bigger issues that I'm more afraid of. But I think that John Tegeter and his who led that up back in the Michael Grace days did a phenomenal job in bringing that to the point of that's National Registry, correct, John? National, state, and local. And I will say, why don't you come up to the mic then? Because I don't want Tom hitting Dan because you're not talking into the mic. Well, you're going to talk anyway, so.
Well, usage is one thing, but we restored that station to a pristine condition that it was. I don't know what other goals you might have other than having a use for it, which still remains to be seen.
Right.
It does take effort to find those things, but I don't think that I would recommend modifying that building to accommodate a use. It has a whole ton of history for the town.
And I agree with you.
I think that the condition that it's in now is the condition that it should be.
Right. And I agree. I just, you know, with the field home, I know we have 3 different layers of building, three different age categories, and there've been a lot of alterations there. So, you know, if we have to do stuff interior if we look at something that expands the size of those rooms, that's, you know, to make it livable spaces instead of a cubicle type space.
Of course.
You know,
of course, that has a lot more flexibility, I think.
Yeah.
That building.
Yep. So.
I just just wanted to say that.
Yes. So I think at this time we'll adjourn. Look back for September 3rd. If we could have Dr. Greeley here, that would be great.
Yeah.
And there are a couple of other things I think we could look at. The screening, I don't know if you could arrange to meet with the homeowners association for Glassberry and Karen. And yeah.
And I was going to say that you guys should really try to, before this September,
Thank you, Karen.
to sit with Karen and voice their concerns, so you come in here in more articulate and you have answers. You know.
Okay.
That'd
Yeah.
be, you know.
I know there's
Like our neighbors.
beneficial.
I know
So in
there's
other words,
some-
Karen, before you leave, get their cards or exchange. Yeah. Okay. All right.
He already took them out. I was watching.
And I do know there are some things that you can't solve, like Amazon school buses. And there are some, you know, and they're a scourge through all of our neighborhoods. Sometimes it could take me 20 minutes to get to work if I get behind a school bus, and I live pretty much a mile from this doorstep. Might even be a little under.
They're only a scourge unless they're delivering you the package.
Right. That's right.
I order nothing on Amazon. My wife, that's another story. John, did you have anything you wanted to add to the conversation? Daniel? No?
I just wanted on the I&I thing, you know, even though the consultant they hired is a firm we've used, we sent the report to our other consultant, EDR, to just verify the methodology used. So, so I'm looking at it, they're looking at it, so, you know, just on that issue of we're just accepting the numbers, we are not.
So we have a multiple consultants. We have their consultant, who has also been hired by the town at some point, and then you're getting that report and you're sending it to another consultant that the town has used
Right,
in the past.
we want to make sure that.
No,
you know,
no,
this
that's
is a
excellent. And you're looking
mitigation
at it
as
as
well,
well.
Make sure it's
Yeah.
valid and defendable.
If your mother
Yeah.
says she loves you, trust her but verify? Is that?
Exactly.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, so we're adjourned. We'll be bringing this back on September 3rd. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you guys.
Oh,
See you later.
can I get a motion to?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Getting ahead of myself. All right, we're going to reconvene a public hearing to consider a proposed local law to amend. Oh, thank you, gentlemen. Reconvene a public hearing to consider a proposed local law to amend Chapter 275 of the Town Code entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 275, Article 4, Yorktown All-Terrain Vehicles and Off-Highway Motorcycle Law. Adam? The red line version has been up how long?
Oh, couple weeks.
Yeah, yeah. I did have one email that I just got that I wanted to read into the record. Is Jay still here? Jay, I know you're gonna want to talk too, Jay. Let me just, sorry, here we go. Trail, all right. This is from Laura Kelly, who deals with the trail users. I think Jane and Dan and Walt, you know Laura? Okay. So, good morning. Thank you for listening to trail user feedback and creating the final draft of the unregistered self-propelled vehicles and limited use off-road vehicle law dated May 14th, 2024. I cannot make it to the public comment this evening, but I am thrilled to see a solid law being put forth to improve trail safety. Thanks you again, Laura. All right. Do you have this one, Diana? Yeah, you do. Okay. That and then Jay had sent something in, but I know he is here to speak, so we'll open the floor to public comment.
Good evening, Jay Kopstein. Why is there a public hearing on a useless proposed ATV law? This public hearing is a waste of town board time, citizen time, and a waste of town money. The proposed law designates a violation of it as disorderly conduct, which is defined as a violation in the penal law of the state of New York. That's section 10 of the penal law. I'm not going to read it, I'm going to save time. Section 240.20 of the penal law says disorderly conduct is a violation.
What section number was that?
Section 240.20 of the penal law. A violation is not a crime. Section 140.10 of the criminal procedure law, and this I will read, arrest without a warrant by a police officer when and where authorized, subject to the provisions of subdivision 2, a police officer may arrest for any offense when he or she has reasonable cause to believe that such person has committed such offense in his or her presence. A crime when he or she has reasonable cause to believe that such person has committed such crime, whether in his presence or otherwise. What does this mean? This means a police officer must observe the violation of this proposed law. Enforcing it will be difficult at best. A bad new law is worse than a bad existing law and will not serve the best interests of the community. The proposed new ATV law is a do-nothing law that, while it will appear to citizens that the town board is actually doing something, will actually doing nothing. A board member stated at a board meeting that riding an ATV or dirt bike in Yorktown is a rite of passage. Since there are few, if any, lawful riding locations in Yorktown, this board member appears to be endorsing unlawful behavior. Further, Section 275.28 of the new law states, operation on public property and town-owned land prohibited. It shall be unlawful for any person to operate any all-terrain vehicles or off-motor vehicles on any public property or town-owned land in the town of Yorktown. I'll skip the rest of that section. Section 275.33 of the new law. It states, it shall not be unlawful for any employee of the town of Yorktown or police or emergency personnel to operate all-terrain vehicles or off-highway motorcycles for the purpose of maintaining, repairing, or doing any public work within the scope of their employment or duties. This proposed law as written would prohibit maintenance and operation personnel of the New York City Department of Environmental Protection from utilizing an ATV to inspect their aqueduct, a publicly owned property, as well as County Parks Department from utilizing an ATV when inspecting North County Trailway, a publicly owned property. This section should be modified as I've described it, and the title of the section should be changed from exceptions to exemptions, which is what a term is used elsewhere in New York state law. This proposed law should be voted down and an enforceable law written. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
Good evening, or maybe morning, is it already?
Almost.
Getting there.
Walt Daniels, private citizen, not representing the Open Space Committee, which has already submitted numerous comments on basically supporting the idea of what's going on and just beating on the details to get it right. I have a couple of comments that are mostly, some of which are obviously typos. For instance, 275-36 says, has penalties for offenses. It says Part 1. It should say Part 2. There is no such thing as a Part 1 as far as I know. In section 28, it says with any public parks. It should say on town-owned lands rather than public parks is too inclusive there. And as undefined in terms of the law, whereas there's a perfectly fine definition of what town-owned lands are. 275-31, there's a comment about peace and quiet of other persons. That should be amended to say persons and/or wildlife.
Where are you?
Last line or so of 31, section 31.
Say again?
Persons and of wildlife, he said.
Just add persons and wildlife. The wildlife is badly affected by the fast vehicles and the noise they make. So it's not only people that are affected, it's wildlife as well.
I gotta get the wildlife to respect my enjoyment at night too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not following. Where are you? You said 31?
275-31.
That's 31.
The first sentence?
Last line, he said.
The last line doesn't.
I'm sorry,
31? That disturbs or interferes with the peace and quiet of other persons. It's the first line, not the last line.
Yeah, first line he's saying, persons and wild.
First sentence. First sentence of 31.
We're over your shoulders.
Oh, thank you.
I got insulation.
That section also says that it's unlawful to flee. Fleeing is, in my mind, is a whole other issue above and beyond the actual violation of the being there in the first place. Fleeing from a law officer is a major penalty, and that should be reflected in the terms of the actual penalties for the violation. That needs some additional penalty for actually fleeing.
I thought that was in there.
Right here. That's right here.
And
what does he want to change?
He says it's a
275-35 on notice of violations.
separated.
It has a sentence: operate an unregistered motor driven vehicle. That's what we excised from the previous versions where they were using the term unregistered vehicles. That should say unlawful to operate an all-terrain vehicle or off-way highway motorcycles, because those are defined terms in there, whereas unregistered motor vehicle is not a defined term in the law as it's written. And I think that's the major things I caught. I think most of those are just small editorial changes, I think. And that, I think it's going to be mostly a question of the implementation of this and how well it gets enforced. That's been that's been the problem with almost all ATVs laws everywhere, is it's an enforcement problem.
Yeah.
And anything we can do to get the enforcement better is a big plus. One thing that might help, would be publicizing everything that is recorded, so we have somebody keeps the tabs on how many people report ATVs here and there, and how many are prosecuted and what happens to those prosecutions. If people see people getting arrested and prosecuted, that will be a big deterrent too.
You mean like a blotter?
Yeah, right. If those things get recorded where it's obvious that people see that things are happening and that people are getting penalized for misbehavior, there will be less misbehavior.
Thank you, Walt.
Thanks, Walt.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hi again. I'm not that well equipped, I think, to talk about this tonight, but a couple of thoughts. There was, I guess, a young guy who nearly killed a guy at the Hunterbrook Field, and I just wondered what happened to him. First off, did he suffer any jail time or?
It's an ongoing criminal investigation.
Ongoing, okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I mean, we don't know.
Okay.
But it is being
That's
invested.
fine.
Okay, that's good. So,
The
the new
person
law,
that
is
caused
the
the
new
crime
law,
was older.
will the new law change anything in terms of his punishment? Will the new law change anything in terms of that individual, what he did, to make it more onerous on him or his parents?
Well, Dan, the actual, he was of age.
No,
He wasn't
okay,
a
well,
child.
I'm-
So he's
I'm-
being tried as an adult, I'm just saying.
Okay, all right,
So it
fine.
is more onerous.
Okay.
And I'm more,
Will the new law change?
No, the new law won't, because he's guilty, well, he's accused of assault and battery,
yes.
which is a much
So
higher crime.
It's not going to change anything as far as what he did.
Well, it's
No,
even
Dan,
more
there,
than
there
our.
are penalties for his actions that are in the criminal code that would not, it has nothing to do with him being on an ATV. I've said this a lot of times during the law. You know, riding the ATV there wasn't the problem. The problem was him assaulting Ed with the ATV.
Oh.
And so that actually goes much higher
I see.
into the criminal.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would be like, if you have a choice of charging him for riding a quad or assault and battery,
We're going with assault and
you're
battery.
going with the higher.
Okay, fine. All right, so now there was something else I noticed in the original law where they, I guess the town sends, if there's a parent involved, they send them a certified letter?
That's one of the methods.
We'll have Adam address the
Is that
legal
correct?
questions at the end.
Is that like still, like you, that's what you do? You send certified letters and you talk about, you made the comment about you've got to crack down on things nationally. You said that last week. There's issues about the law enforcement can't, right? National, crack down. Well, why don't we crack down on some of this stuff? I mean, I'm just saying.
But
Mr.
you left out the
Copson-
other options.
Mr. What?
You left out the other options. It's given personally, verbally, or in writing by the chief of
Yeah, but
police
you send
in
a-
another manner that's sufficient to guarantee. You left those others out.
But,
It does say
Mr.
registered mail.
I believe Mr. Kopstein, his comment, I'm going to back up what he said because he's more detailed than I am sometimes. I'm going to back him up and just say very quickly that the law, and I made the comment a while ago, and I'll stay with that there'll be a lot of rhetoric and a lot of stuff, and the guy nearly got killed, and he probably shouldn't have happened because it should have been addressed 4 years ago when the gentleman and his wife came here to the board and said something, and nothing was done. And now there's really, I think, it's like nothing really is going to be much changed at all. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan.
My favorite topic. Actually, Walt had forgotten to mention the notice of violation. You're going to notify the parent, okay? But who is charged? Is the parent charged because the kid didn't do something right and rode the thing, or the parent bought this vehicle? It's a rhetorical question, and it's not clear in the revised law how that is addressed. I know that with some stuff with guns, parents have been charged because they gave their kid the gun, or the kid got the gun that wasn't protected, etc. We're not in the same category, but if you're going to try to revise the law, which I thank you very much for working on, you've got to cover your bases.
Well, just like you brought up the gun, there's also children doing theft work for adults,
Right.
and because they cannot be tried
Right.
like the adult. So I think that as much as we're going to crack down, and I'll let Adam actually answer it, I'm hoping that the parents that are watching are raising good kids, and I wish, that there was more you can do. You're not going to put somebody in juvenile detention because of it, right, Jane?
Right. No,
But I'm just saying, the way that you brought up the gun, there are kids that are doing crimes for adults, sometimes even their parents, and they're getting away with it because of the way that the system works.
Right. Because
So it's a bigger problem, too, about where authority lies and where authority doesn't lie.
Correct. That is indeed correct. A little story. There was something on Nextdoor that someone said, "Where can I buy an ATV for my kid to get him?" And I replied, "There's no place he can ride." Well, I want my kid outdoors. Okay, but there's plenty of places they can ride a bicycle.
Yes, but there's people that have 7 acres of their own property.
Oh yeah,
And they can ride. I just feel like Jane, this doesn't have to do with you, but we answer questions on the internet and on places without asking questions, and I love how we have the answer, but we don't actually ask the questions. Yes, there's no place to ride unless you have multitude of your own backyard, but I do not suggest you buy your child an ATV unless he knows he cannot ride on the roads, he cannot just destroy property.
Right, and this guy didn't really want to listen to that because he wanted his kid to have fun.
So turn off the Wi-Fi.
Yes. And there's plenty of places in Yorktown that you can ride a bicycle. You can go for a walk. Okay? And that's good, healthy recreation, and you're not destroying somebody else. So
absolutely.
Okay. So Diana, you had Walt's comments, and I believe that was on his. Okay.
Great, thank you, Jen.
Okay.
Good evening, Paul.
Good evening.
I
Hello,
think we
Paul
got 10 minutes.
Moskowitz, speaking for the Huntersville Association. I've listened, of course, to all the testimony, and I've looked at the law, and I want to thank you for actually working on it. This is a problem, especially in our neighborhood. It went away slightly for a short time after the assault took place, but they're back. The ATVs are back. And I have to remark that I've read many newspaper ads in which people sitting here on the town board have assured us that we live in the safest place in the world. But we don't. We don't feel safe, at least in our part of Yorktown. People walk in the road. This shouldn't surprise you. We've had a testimony at a previous hearing saying that we don't need sidewalks because people walk in the road. Well, they do. But if you're going to walk in the road and there's somebody riding an ATV at 50 miles an hour, you're in danger, so you're not feeling safe. What I also observe is that I have not seen a plan for enforcement of this law. Of course, we can pass a law and throw it over the wall to the police department. We have a very large professional police department. However, what we need to do is to work out a plan for what to do with this issue. it's not just a police issue, it's a town issue. And I would hope that perhaps the town board could get together with the police commissioner, the police chief, and concerned citizens and work out something to do. Because there are other things to do than trying to chase after ATVs in a police car. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Good evening. As you know, I'm president of the Yorktown Trailtown Committee. This is kind of frustrating, all right? We have been at this for almost a year since that horrific accident at Hunter Brook. And before that, I think it was two years before that the Daniels brought up the need for ATV legislation. And it took the accident to finally get moving on it. I think we're on version 5 tonight. And it looks like 5 isn't good. 5 is going to have to be changed. We thank you for making some of the changes that we brought to you before. I think it was version 3 or version 4. You know, the file is growing, where you corrected the definitional problem. That was a good thing. You eliminated the e-bikes, which is a good thing. They never should have been part of this. You've done good, and we appreciate the fact that you're actually banning ATVs from town property. Okay, but we still have problems. Obviously, version 5 is no good. You've got to go back and deal with the text. You have many problems in the text, but the enforcement remains the major problem. Okay, Jay said, "What good is a bad law?" Right? We know that the police are not going to be around when somebody is, you know, either on Hunter Brook Road or Granite Knolls or Sylvan Glen or wherever they're going, right? It's going to take a resident to be able to spot somebody, possibly take a photo, hopefully with some kind of identification, okay? But then there's a problem with the law, and I speak not as a lawyer, but I've been talking to people about this. The police have to observe the infraction. The police are not going to be there because the ATV will be gone. What are the solutions? And Jay has left. It's late, okay? And I ask you, I think he raised this before at the last hearing, and I'm asking you to raise it again, discuss it, and tell us why it's either good or it doesn't work, is what he calls an unclassified misdemeanor. The way it's been explained to me, and again, I say I'm not a lawyer, is that if I observe somebody improperly on an ATV, okay, I call the police department and I say, here's the photo, okay? John Smith looked like he was, you know, an ATV, you know, at Granite Knolls. The police will go, did not observe it, but the policeman can go investigate if it's an unclassified misdemeanor as opposed to a violation. We need some clarification on the law, and then if the police investigate, then something can be prosecuted. And then, as I can't remember who was it said, that once you start publicizing the fact that the town is going to take action, that is going to help deter more violations once it's known what's happening. So you have to do something to make it enforceable. A law that can't be enforced is a worthless law. And I'm sorry to say that Yorktown has other laws that look good on paper but are worthless because of the way they're written. They just can't be enforced. So please, when you go back and you make the text changes, can you consult with the people who know what the problem is, whether it's people from the Trail Conference, the Daniels, from the Trail Town Committee, from the police department, okay? Jay Kopstein is a former police officer, I think a lieutenant or a captain, I'm not sure what his position was. Sit down with Chief Noble, sit down with Adam, sit down with somebody from the Rec Commission. Let's get our heads together and let's work out something, and let's have multiple eyes read it so we pick up these whether it's a typo or the issue about who the violation is to who gets the notice, The parent, or is it the child? Where's the who's violated the law? We don't know because of the way it's written. It says you're banning the operation of a vehicle, of an ATV. What happens if the person is sitting in Granite Knolls and is resting, just having some soda or having a snack, and he's parked his ATV? It's not operating one. It's idle. Does that make a difference? I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. So maybe a word has to be changed. We need more eyes looking at this. So please, when you start working on version 6, and hopefully it will be the last version, please get a working group together and let's get this thing resolved so we don't have to come up here for another hearing. Thank you.
So I will just reply that referring the law out is exactly what you're talking about, exactly what's happened to the chief, to the police, for the whole police department. The lieutenants looked at it, our prosecutor looked at it, Jim Materano Jr. looked at it. It's been, paralysis through analysis. That's why it's taken so long to get back. But anyone else for any public comment? All right.
I'd like to make a couple of comments when we get a chance.
Yeah, I'd like Adam to address first.
You're gonna close?
We'll probably adjourn. Well, let me hear your comments, and then we'll move from there.
I mean, this thing has been
I know.
vetted more than any law I've been a part of here, to be honest with you. As you said, the police department multiple times, the town prosecutor multiple times, other stakeholders multiple times. I'm not sure what else there's.
Any of these textual changes? I know you.
Well, we can make some. There's some typos. Yeah, like I'll fix the 2 to the 1 to a 2 or whatever it is. But that shouldn't stop you from closing the public hearing. I can do that, and you can vote on it when the law is ready. I mean, I don't think anything substantive has really been raised that needs to slow this down.
Can you
Okay.
answer about the enforcement stuff?
Yeah, I mean, look, the reality is
There's a law above this law.
that we believe it can be enforced, and there are other laws on the books that can be enforced, and then the police can use their investigative capabilities if they need to enforce violations that rise to a different level that require that level of.
So if a kid's riding on Granite Knolls and tears up the park,
Yeah, if
Destruction of
ta-
private property,
that's
public
right.
property,
That's
right?
right. You're into a whole nother area of laws that are going to come into play and provide them with whatever tools they claim are lacking here.
right? And the unclassified misdemeanor and making it public doesn't really help if it's a minor because
Well,
it's not made public.
Right, but like,
You
are
can't if
you going to
it's a
make it a
minor.
misdemeanor
You can
for
make it
a
public.
17-year-old kid to ride an ATV on when he's not doing anything else? He's just riding an ATV where he should be riding an ATV. He's going to have a misdemeanor on his record, right?
For life.
Right.
No, but
Well,
if
maybe
he
not
tears up
because
the-
he's a minor. But my point is, like,
Yeah, that's
or an
fine.
18-year-old, right? I mean, that seems the penalties right here are fairly significant. It's $500 for the first
It
occurrence.
also
500 and 1,000.
It also
for the
was
second
brought up that
application.
who was responsible, and I mean, as I'm reading it, 275-34, responsibility of parent or guardian is.
If they
shall
have
be-
notice through several means that are outlined in the law to give them adequate notice of a first violation, if it happens again, they can be held liable also for violating the part and be subject to the penalties. That's the point.
I mean, I think, everybody keeps saying that it's been a long time. I think it's time to close this out. Let's pass what we have, and then let's put it into effect. And then I think we could always come and revisit it. But, at this point, it has been an extended period of time, and I think we need to do something. And I think this is a good starting point, and we could always come and revisit it. I think it has everything in
been
here.
vetted.
And so if you're looking at, I'm with you, Adam. I'm not for. I'm sorry.
I just said it's been vetted,
Yeah.
from
Right.
multiple agencies.
Well,
I don't know if I'm for giving a kid a criminal record, a minor, for riding. If they destroy property, then again, now you're triggering a whole different set. You're triggering the penal law, and you've just entered a whole different realm. A couple of comments were made about the person that perpetrated the crime, alleged crime, I should say, because I don't know what's going on with it. And I don't want to get in trouble for
We'll never know who that
accusing
is.
something. but the alleged crime of what happened, Mr. Moffett. And so that person is in penal law and is being prosecuted as an adult because he is an adult. So,
And on top of that, the investigation led to the other kids, and there were notifications made to the parents. So I think that the part of the saying that there's nothing they could do, there's no enforcement. Our detectives went out there. They did do the work. They did find the parties involved. The one was charged. We don't know where the case is at this point. The other parents were all notified. I think what this law does is now give us a little more teeth to start fining and confiscating, if that's what needs to happen. So
I honestly, I got two comments. One is I think it's time that we do something. I think we make the textual changes here that were pointed out, and thank you for that. And I think we move forward with this at this point. Otherwise, it's going to be another month. It's going to be another week. It's going to be another 2 months. It's going to be. It's just
motion to close the public hearing.
I just got one more comment. I was the one that said, and it was taken totally out of context, that it's been part of the culture in Yorktown, based on what I've heard from locals when I first moved up here and how everybody rode their bikes because it was more countryish. Okay? For Mr. Kopstein to put words in my mouth that I'm endorsing this type of illicit behavior is completely offensive to me. And I really wish people would pick their words more carefully and not put words in my mouth, because I will not stand for it.
You can, because we haven't closed. Yes.
Sure, step up to the mic.
I agree with what you're saying to a degree, that it's been a while and you have done something. I'm going to address you, Mr. Esposito, about what you said, that there was a culture. And when you said that, I never said anything about it. I said, what? A culture? And I went to someone that I know in town after I heard that, and I asked her, I said, she's been here for years. I said, is there a culture? She said, no, there's no culture. So maybe you might also think about what you say. That's all my comment is there.
Do you agree that I was endorsing this behavior?
That what?
That I endorsed this type of illicit behavior?
No, I didn't say you endorsed it.
Okay, no, that's just what I wanted to know.
Because
that's what I was addressing.
Endorsed it,
No,
but
I'm
I think
going
you
to
should-
address you as well.
I think you should sometimes consider what you're saying.
No problem.
Okay, so I'm also going to, one other thing I mentioned, and I don't know what is in the law. I mentioned the penalty the last time I talked. Is there any increase in penalty? Why isn't there $5,000? I know that you said, I know, Mr. Rodriguez, you laughed and when I said that to you off the record, but why isn't there $5,000? Why do they get a warning? If you publicize it, you're going to crack down, that you don't want this going on anymore, that you're tired, people are at risk, their lives are at risk, and then you turn around and give them a warning? Give them something right off the bat. Give that parent a $5,000 fine. Do you think they're going to think twice? Darn right they are. Darn right they are. And that's my last comment here. Okay, thank you very much.
Can you clarify? I understand your comment about the unclassified misdemeanor. Again, I'm not an attorney, so the fact that it's on somebody's record, that makes a lot of sense to me. Can you clarify or confirm what I've been told about how the police would deal with a violation when the police don't see it? But I, Susan Siegel, see somebody, okay, with, an ATV where they shouldn't be. So I call the police department. My understanding is that if I complain, I have to then file file the complaint, sign an affidavit or whatever the legal paper is called, and that this makes me more as the private citizen, much more involved. And the concern is that I would be reluctant to get involved. It's one thing to call in the complaint. Police, please do something, I saw something. But now that I'm the one who the parent can go after, because I'm the nasty person who filed the complaint.
Oh, I know all about
What
that.
about anonymous complaints?
I'll address it, Susan.
But
when she's done.
this is a legal issue,
Yes.
and I'm asking for
Yes.
clarification. Okay, that it's my understanding that as a violation, okay, when the police can't observe it, that the person who calls in the complaint has to file the legal papers, call it a complaint, an affidavit. I'm not sure what the correct term is, and that could possibly be a deterrent to this well-meaning private citizen who sees a violation. But come on, I did
No,
my duty,
Susan,
but I
I
don't
just
want
wanna
to do
mention
anymore. I need a clarification for
No,
that.
Susan, you're 100% right. And I encourage people to find their own courage and bravery if they want to be effective for change. In order for something like this to be investigated by the police, which you can vet with chief
not.
or the law, there may need to be a report. And with that being said, we are here, just like how I sit in this chair, I'm open, right, to putting myself out there and saying things that I may be attacked on, or somebody might say bad things about me. But if I want to affect change, and I did see someone on ATV, I'm going to call the police, and if they're asking me to come in and just make a statement, I'm going to do so. But Adam, I ask you, is that the way it works?
It's a very complex question, and it's hard for me to answer.
I'll give you, Susan, when you're done with your questions, I'll answer from my personal experience in this.
Well, it's personal experience, but it's also a legal answer. And then I think if the town passes the law with just the violation as it is, and this complaint issue becomes an issue, then I think it behooves the town board to
look at it
encourage
again.
people
Mhm.
to report to the extent that they can. I mean, an ATV whizzes by, you're not going to be able to take a photo and see something. But to the extent that you can see something, to encourage people to step forward to see about it. It's our community,
Right.
all right? That's what we should be doing. Thank you.
And Dan, whether it's $500 or $5,000, if my kid does something like this, it would have the same effect in my house. So I think it's just.
Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So I will answer from past experience. I have had issues where there were ATVs going through our neighborhood, coming out of like California, the state streets. I did call the police to report it. They sent a patrol car. They were not able to witness it, but had an idea who it was, went, found an ATV matching the description of what I gave them without having to file a complaint. The officer in question spoke with the parents, explained to them the safety, the fact that they're not supposed to be riding on the streets, and that it could result in, hopefully now, a fining system and a confiscation as we pass the law and have some type of teeth. The warning is, or should be, a very good deterrent. I don't think that it would be appropriate for the people paying taxes to our town to say, "Hey, while you were out, your 16-year-old kid grabbed the ATV. We saw it. We investigated. Give me $5,000." You're gonna put people in the poorhouse like that, and you know what? We really need to be. Once again, it's a balance, and I think that's the balance in the misdemeanors. It's a balance in the fining. It's a balance in a warning, and hope that our citizens respond to that. Because you know what? The bottom line is people are people. And I go back to Ed Moffett getting creamed by the ATV where someone made a conscious decision to try to run him over. That is not riding an ATV. That's not the crime. The crime is the assault and battery with the vehicle. And you know, unfortunately, that's our world. There is crime. We cannot get away from it. People rob people. My mother-in-law gets, we just had to change her phone number again. She gets 6 phone calls a day trying to scam her out of money. This is a world we live in. And unfortunately, there is no cure-all. But this is a deterrent. There's some enforcement. There's some penalties. And it's gives us a lot more definition than we've ever had. And I think that's a major part of a major goal of this law. And you know what? I could personally sit up here and say we are not going to get every law right 100% every time. And if we have to revisit it, we revisit it. But we need to move the needle. This moves the needle. This is a change. Yeah, I'm getting a thumbs up from Walt, so I know that I'm hitting somewhere. Might not be winning the home run derby, but I'm getting a couple of doubles. So you know what? Slow and steady makes it. I think we go ahead and pass. If I could have a motion.
Motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't you have to make the changes first?
Yeah, you can't pass tonight.
All right. So we're closed. Let's try to bring this back for 7 days. Right. So you got 2 weeks, Adam.
Sounds good.
I don't think it'll take that long.
It's on my list for tomorrow.
So
It's not it really is time to get this on the books. And so this way, at least now we have a new launching pad where if we have to make changes, we can come back and we can make the changes and the tweaks and the stuff that we need to get it to strengthen it out. I say we put it in motion. Otherwise, this is going to go on for another 4 years.
It is in motion. So, resolutions. Okay. Is this the right? I want to make sure I have the right one. All right. So for resolutions, actually, I'm going to be reading one in that's not on here. So if anyone's interested, be it resolved that the town supervisor is authorized to execute any documents required for the New York State CFA application for park improvements, including but not limited to field drainage and ADA accessibility for the 202 ball fields at Downing. From Central Garage, authorize obsolete vehicle to be either scrapped at Brookfield Metal or sold at auction by Absolute Auctions and Realty, Inc. From the Engineering Department, authorize the controller to process a budget transfer for the Sewer Department for the purchase of chemicals. As broken down, and be it further resolved, the controller is hereby authorized to transfer funds for the purpose of this payout as at separation. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed something there. Authorize controller to pay Michael Gould for the cash value of unused time as of his date of separation, as broken down. And be it further resolved, the controller is hereby authorized to transfer funds for the purpose of this payout at separations as follows. From recreation salaries and recreation lump sum payments. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion.
Good night, Yorktown.
Can I
Second.
get, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.